Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Northwood. Merchant Taylor School hosting this County Championship Division 2 match between Middlesex and Northamptonshire. Frustrating first 8, but we did get 44 overs in, 167 for 7 overnight, the visitors in this one. News first up is it's sunny today, and it should be a full day's play. We're making it up 8 overs from yesterday, so we're 104 overs in total. Today, the live stream coming from myself, Kevin Hand from Tom Ford, as well, in association with Daffabet. Thanks to Charles Tyrrett for their support. Also, with regards matters on the field, plenty of support for the bowlers off the surface. There was a fair bit of bounce yesterday, wasn't there? It made for some good watching when the bowlers had it on the right spot, which they did for the most part, but it is a quick scoring ground as well, Merchant Taylors.
It is, absolutely. We saw the likes of Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm with some fantastic spells, picking up some really good wickets, but we also saw, like you say, downhill here, fast-paced ground, runs are there for the taking. Middlesex are going to want to be wrapping up this innings as quick as possible today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Sanderson goes on this one, leading wicket taker at the moment for Northamptonshire. He is going to be a lively threat. Middlesex will hope that they're a big threat with these final 3 wickets. They got it back out for a couple of overs last night to try and blast away. Didn't turn out that way. Rain and bad light came back again, and that was it, done for the day. But let's have a look back on how things went on day one with all the highlights. And a mid-wicket. And he's on the spot straight away, but that's nicely done by Shaw, over the top of it. Runs it away. It's a little too straight on that one. Shaw's tucked it away nicely. That's beautifully timed. Second boundary for Shaw. Now inside part of the bat. Down the ground it goes there. Goodness me. And down the hill it races away. Full onto the pads and Gay gives it the treatment. Fernandez won't quite get there. It's a lovely shot, best of the match so far. Shaw just leans into it. Well, if anybody needs leading edge, and taken. Eskenazi with the catch at point. They've got Shaw. There's that little bit of bounce coming down the hill from the Benham ends. Slipped out the first one. Straight onto the spot, Helm. That's up in the air. And it's gone. Rowland-Jones holds on at mid-on. It's another one, another shorter ball. Vasconcelos falls for 13 and Helm with a short ball and a smile to... Well, that was over pitch. Around the wicket for Brooks. It's a lovely flow of the bat. Lead. And he's bowled him! Off stumps out of the ground. Beautiful delivery from Helm around the wicket. Perfect line, perfect length. Driving at that one, it wasn't quite there. He had to stretch her a little bit, but Bartlett will get him off the mark. And get him off the mark with the boundary as well. Bristly cut away by Gay, having to ride the bounce with it. That's a glorious shot, just off with the bat. Strokes the ball. And how far will they be through Northamptonshire by the end of it? There goes the fourth, 78 for 4. A lifting ball. Clipped in the air, gets through. And wicket going to his left. That's nicely done. Sitting in his crease, sitting back, stroking away. Back-to-back boundaries. Squared up slightly by that. It gets away though. There's no deep third, so it'll be another boundary. Leg side on that one. Back-to-back boundaries again. Leg side. Punished by Keogh. Now he's got him. Keogh was a little indecisive with that. Brooks with a little bit of bounce. And he's going to take another one off with him as well. And he's got the big wicket as well. He's got Gay, gone for 42. And Roland Jones, absolute delight. A second for him. A sixth Northamptonshire wicket falls in this first session of the match. That is close. That is gone. Eighth ball duck for Broad. Third wicket for Roland Jones. Middlesex are on a roll here at Merchant Taylors now. Now just searching for that one, Sanderson. It's been the challenge really all day. He's going to get a boundary. Thick edge races away, but he didn't. It's a nice start from Helm. He's going to concede 4 there, but he's there or thereabouts on the spot. Big stump, half volley and put away. Clipped away. And that will be... That was clubbed away through the covers. Point giving chase is Nathan Fernandez, but it's going to race past here. Yorkshire. That's edged. And through. Another boundary. Sanderson's into the 50s. Oh, that's better. So that was day one, and a pretty good day it was overall for Middlesex. Obviously a little bit frustrated by those 16 runs last night when they came back out for a couple of overs, hoping that they were going to blast away. They'll be hoping to blast away this morning. One of the men who they'll be looking to do that is Tom Helm. He picked up 2 wickets yesterday, and he spoke to Stephen Fletcher at the close.
Tom Howell, thanks for joining us at the end of day one here at Merchant Taylors. Tom, well bowled yourself today, some good stuff coming out there. Finished the day with 2 for 41.
Yeah, it was a mixed day. I bowled some good stuff in patches and some not so good stuff in others, which is frustrating. But overall, I think, they won 6-7. I think it's not a 150 wicket, but it would be disappointing if they get many more than 200 out there. So it'd be nice to come back in the morning and wrap it up quickly.
Frustrating day, a bit on and off. Missed most of the morning session. Obviously, an early lunch was called with rain around. Came off early for bad light, got back on again, came off again. Bit frustrating.
It is. It's weird because you don't know whether you're in the better position when it does that as the bowling side, because it's tough for the batters as well. But yeah, frustrating day. The weather it wasn't forecasted. We all tend to look at the forecast quite a lot, and yeah, some of the gurus among us thought it might have been around, but it didn't really say it was going to come, so you can't really prepare. But listen, we tried to do our best, and it's difficult at times coming on and off. So.
You've just come back from the 100 where you were with Birmingham Phoenix. Didn't play probably as much cricket as you wanted up there, but you looked in really good rhythm when you started off today. Yeah,
I was just saying I'm short of a few match overs, I suppose, because I didn't play much in the 100, but practiced a lot, bowled a lot, and bowled with some brilliant bowlers out there and learned a few things. So I don't feel short of a gallop. I mean, some of the stuff I bowled was, but yeah, physically I feel ready to go. So.
One particularly good ball to get rid of Luke Proctor today. There's no better sight than a seamer and a quick sending a stump cartwheeling.
Yeah, it was. It's not something you do all the time. I actually don't think he did loads, to be honest. I won't tell him that, but but yeah, it was a nice one to get for sure.
Okay, Tom, well, look very well today. Thanks ever so much. We're in the box seat and go well tomorrow.
Thanks, Fletcher.
Tom Helm speaking to Stephen Fletcher after play on day one. And, it was a short day, just 44 overs, but a lot happened. Those 7 wickets falling. Shaw the first to go. It's a big wicket, that. Roland Jones just getting a little bit of extra bounce. Stoneman on the scorecard took it, but I think we're all convinced that it was Stephen Eskenazi that took that catch, so we'll see if that gets corrected at some point. 24, he made off 27. It was a brisk start from the Indian at the top of the order for Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay was outstanding, though, 77 deliveries for his 42, keeping Middlesex at bay, and he really did, because if you look at that top of the card, the 27 balls faced, 20 balls for Vasconcelos, 11 Proctor, 16 Bartlett, 31 Keogh did quite a nice little job. He and Gay shared the second highest stand of the innings prior to the McManus and Sanderson show. It was 31 for the first wicket and 31 for the Keogh and Gay partnership. But McManus and Sanderson came together with a score on 113, so 54 the partnership now for them. And Middlesex will be very, very keen to break this quickly. The bowling cards, Roland Jones the pick 3 for 34 at 2.6, an outstanding economy from him. The skipper was in good form, knows this ground well. Tom Helm bowled far better than that 4.6 suggests. 2 for 42 is outstanding from the off. Maybe took a little bit of tap at the end then as the day wore on, but his opening couple of spells really were superb. Brooks brought it back down. He was up at 4.4 at one point, but brought it back down to 141 from 12. And both he and Bamber, I think, bowled better than the card suggests. There was one ball in particular from Bamber yesterday morning to Shaw that was a beaut that came back in. Here come all of the stars of the show, and Ollie Thorpe in the background as well, filming them on. You'll see that on social media in a little while, the entrance onto the fields. Players on their way behind the umpires there, Middlesex group huddle. Here we go. A team hug to get them going. Much like Don Ford and I do every morning when we see each other just before we go on air. They'll be keen to break this one quickly, Don, won't they? Sanderson and McManus, it's been not damaging so far, but frustrating for sure.
Yeah, it has. Like you mentioned earlier, that little mini session of 2 and a bit overs right at the end of play yesterday when it looked like the day would be called. The sun came out, McManus and Sanderson were asked to come out and bat for a couple of overs, and they did a very good job taking that partnership to over 50. So a little bit of a frustrating one for Middlesex at the back end of day one. So first plan will be try and wrap through this tail. It looks like it's going to be probably the best day for batting that we'll have across these 4 days. So good opportunity, get out there, get to bat, and then put some runs on the board.
Yeah, McManus hanging around, 42 deliveries. Well, Sanderson's faced 38 now as well. I suppose they both managed to clip it away at a good rate yesterday evening. Over to Ethan Bamber. Bowling from the lake end to be running up the hill. Bamber started pretty nicely yesterday. I think Middlesex perhaps would have just liked to tighten up a little bit more on that off stump, force them to play a little bit more throughout the 44 overs they've had. It feels like a really crucial passage of play now this morning. Middlesex will feel 167 for 7. They won't want this session to get away from them because anything around 250 as a first inning score, I think, for Northamptonshire on this surface will feel pretty good. There's obviously a forecast of further rain tomorrow, but there's 104 overs today. Well, any little burst of wickets today that we could be well accelerated into this game by the time stumps are drawn this evening. We're hoping for a full day's play. All that's still to come though. Here's the first ball. It's Sanderson on strike and it's Ethan Bamber with the ball in hand. Right up there. Block hole delivery. I think Sanderson will probably be giving that a little bit more of the treatment as the day goes on if he gets another one on that length, but Bamber keen to be on the fuller side rather than the shorter side, which I think is probably key first thing this morning. Make sure those feet are moving. The ball in its 45th over. It's a little bit of life in it still. Middlesex won't want it to go on too much longer. Good again from Bamber. Shouldn't really be too far that the batter can go with that kind of line of length. We saw Sanderson heave at one across the line off Roland Jones in frustration as much as anything. Before bad light set in for the first time yesterday evening. But these two, they've put on 54 for the 8th wicket and have handled it quite nicely. This man handled it pretty nicely when he started up yesterday. 2 for 5 his figures were to begin with, but that economy obviously pushed up quite high towards the end of the day. But Roland Jones trusting Helm to go at the tail once more. This morning he'll be running in from the Benham end, so down the hill. Down the hill but into the wind, I think is the way it's coming here. I think it's coming up from the lake end. It's a bit of across the ground really, so I suppose with the right hander on strike now, McManus, the wind's probably buffeting into his chest, perhaps is closer to the truth. That's a good start from Helm. Just a reminder for those of you that weren't with us, or a refresher, those of you that weren't with us yesterday, the camera's just slightly to the side of the sight screen this morning because of the high winds battering the UK from Storm Lillian this weekend. Well, this end to the week so far. It'll go over the weekend. There is the threat of rain tomorrow. Nicely onto the spot again from Helm. Yeah, a storm that battered the east coast of America and down into the Caribbean and sweeping across the Atlantic towards us now, and it might bring a fair bit of rain tomorrow is the forecast, but let's hope not. But again, I just fancy that if Middlesex can get amongst these 3 wickets quickly, Northamptonshire will come out with a very similar mindset. Sanderson will be looking to go hard with the ball, as hard as he may well do with the bat this morning at some point. First run, the second day. Comfortable single, Nathan Fernandez. Coming around from point into the vacant covers to collect. So first look at Sanderson this morning for Helm. This could be the interesting matchup. Look to play a little perhaps with the tail ender, Middlesex's death bowler in white ball cricket. It'd be interesting as well see how long before they go to Fernandez and Leas deploy as well. Maybe just toss a few up the left arm finger spinners. Over pitched, put away, lovely shot through the covers. Over it comes to our commentary tent. Pops up in front of the pavilion as well, and nestles down in front of us. We've got a very good view of that ball right now, which Toby Rowland-Jones recovers.
Beautiful shot from Sanderson. Fantastic strike, good stride forward. Full from Helm outside the off stump. That's the first boundary of day 2.
Ice cream van will be hoping to do a little bit of better business today, won't it? In the background there.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, now. Just clips the pad on the way through. There was definitely a noise there. Back and across from Sanderson. Let's have a look. Yeah, just there. Clip that back leg. Well done, Sam.
I think Northants will be pretty happy with the position they're in at the moment. 172 for 7 still feels like it's the bowler's scorecard.
Oh, inside edge on this occasion. Looked so it was nearly going to end up in quite an uncomfortable position for Sanderson, but he looks all right. End of the over. 5 off it. 172 for 7.
Yeah, the position that Northamptonshire were in yesterday, 113 for 7, very much felt like Middlesex firmly in control, but on this surface with a little bit of life and conditions that you feel would favour the bowlers throughout the next few days, if Northants will be looking to get up anything around 220, I think they'll be pretty happy with. In this first innings, this man, Toby Rowland-Jones, captain, passed 750 career wickets with the 3 that he picked up yesterday. Incredible achievement for fantastic servant of Middlesex. Came back into the side after a break throughout the blast. Played a couple of the Metro Bank One Day Cup games. Bowled well and then straight into the red ball where it's always incredibly impressive.
Oh, now that just stopped a little. So Rowland-Jones coming up the hill. Not his usual end here at Merchant Taylor's over the years, usually charging down the hill, Murtagh running up it. But again, the bounce, and he might get a little bit more bounce. The reason to go the other way is that you'd expect Rowland-Jones to get bounced, so if one just slides down the hill, then it shocks the batter. Didn't see too much of that yesterday. There's maybe 1 or 2. Just didn't quite get up outside off. There we go. That's that kind of line that if you're pushing the batter back and one keeps low, then could be in business. But again, we didn't see much of that. How much we will see of it as the game goes on. Today's the day, though, where the sun expected to be out for the majority, so this track will start to wear a little. And we'll hope it's a little bit of heat. It's certainly warmer than yesterday morning. Big jackets on. Warmed up a little in the afternoon. Wasn't a great deal of sunshine. A lovely ball. Just wonder a little bit of that movement from Rowland-Jones yesterday, where we saw him to Sanderson in particular. Just seemed to get it to, more than anybody else, get him to draw him across and get the ball to leave him, whether it was through the air, a little bit of late swing, whether it was just off the surface. As It was for the most part for the bowlers yesterday. We didn't see too much through the air on day one, which is a little bit of a surprise with the overheads. That's run away nicely. This will be a single, well played by Sanderson. Over the top of it, and that's what they'll have to try and do to some extent as well. They'll look to bat properly, Northamptonshire, this morning. And look to bat time. They'll know this ball into its 47th over. They'll know they got a little leg up last night with those 16 runs for the couple of overs Middlesex came back out for, hoping that, well, it was going to be 9.4 overs, I think, to finish the day yesterday. When they came back out, only managed a couple of those. But 16 useful runs in that time. Get anywhere near a batting point this morning, Northamptonshire, they almost start to feel in the box seat, I'd suggest. It is with the bat that they've really excelled this year, though, so who will be the backup to Sanderson? We'll have to wait and see. All of that is to come, of course, but it's something Middlesex will have in mind as well. Let's not let a partnership, which now is worth 60, 62, let's not let it get away from them. Too much will be their thought. Now again, look at that. Jaffa from Roland Jones. Maybe he's getting a little bit more shape from the Lake End Roland Jones, but certainly against Anderson, he just seemed yesterday evening as well to be drawing him a long way across and still beating the outside edge, which was suggesting that it was probably through the air as well, but not quite in a line to judge it from side on here at the moment, and obviously our angle is just slightly away from it. Now, the live enhanced stream here at Merchant Taylors School from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. As you can see on the right, there's news from North Marine Road, where Sussex are all out, 189. They're all done, all stopped with 86. Left stranded, the former Hampshire batter. That's nice from Helm. Good tumbling stop. McManus, as we saw yesterday, very few shots down the ground. I think we could probably list them. Shaw and Emilio Gay hit two cracking drives down the ground. One was barely a forward defence from Shaw, but he gave it the full face, and just that slight little push, angling the bat a little bit more past the 45, and back down to the Lake End it went for four. Gay similarly got a juicy half volley. It was almost out of the block hole. He trapped the bat down on it, and I think it was Roland Jones. He hit straight back down the ground. But batter's not too keen to push too far at this one. Quick single taken. McManus moves to 30. But yeah, that match at North Marine Road is Sussex the leaders in Division 1. Division 2, my apologies. Yorkshire third. Middlesex sitting in between the two, and Middlesex off to Headingley next week. Will they be going there with a win, a draw, or a defeat? Let's get into that business stage of the season now. So all eyes on matters at Scarborough, and also here Middlesex is out ground, Merchant Taylors School in Northwood. That gets through in the air for a moment. You could see there was a tentativeness about that from Sanderson, but he's placed it wide of the fielder. Let's watch that bat from him. You can see he's almost pushed at it rather than clipped it away into that onside, but yeah, there we go. Got away with it. But another boundary. That's the way it goes with the tail-enders. They seem to find runs, don't they? 32 from 48 now for Sanderson. Helm understandably going full and straight to begin with, particularly against Sanderson. Very nearly brought the wicket. That's why he's a little unlucky that it reads 2 for 51 in his 11th now. Now, there's that little bit of bounce that you see at Northwood, but also a little bit of pace from Helm. I don't think he enjoyed being hit over mid-on with a chip for 4. Mistimed, not quite intended as it was from Sanderson. That was pretty intentional, I think, to put that up around the armpit of his fellow bowler. Who's he calling up now? Gray had deep square back for Sanderson. I think he's bringing him up now for McManus. Comes up to mid-wicket, interestingly. 2 slips in place. Deep third as well. Oh, what a stop that is. Elias Deploy tumble into his ride at second. Saves a boundary probably. There was a deep third, but quite wide. Down the hill as well at the lake end. It would have been quite the chase there for Henry Brooks to try and stop that one. 48 done here on the second day at Merchant Taylor's School. First innings of the match still. Northamptonshire 181 for 7.
Yeah, positive start for Northants. This pair did really well last night. Difficult conditions. It was heavy overheads. But they managed to stick it out, grind some runs together, and they'll look to be positive this morning. Back time, but rotating the strike as we've seen early on these first couple of overs.
That's good. Really, really good from Sanderson. He's been troubled by Roland Jones being drawn across, but just getting over it, going soft with the ball, dropping it into the offside and taking a single, rotate the strike. So Roland Jones won't be too disappointed either. They'll fancy they need to get the pair of these. They're both dangerous. 50 balls each faced. They'll feel as though they've started to get the pace of this a little bit with the ball that's getting ever softer. Steered, but carefully by McManus, unlike the previous over, sorry, Sanderson chipping over mid-on. That one, he's just watchful of it off his legs. We saw Shaw close the face too early, an extra bit of bounce for Roland Jones, and he was caught at point. Again, this is good from Northamptonshire. Top of off stump from Roland Jones. Rotate the strike. They'll know Northamptonshire. The press has just pushed to Middlesex a little bit here, this partnership. From 113 for 7 to 183 for 7. Wouldn't say that they were being overly optimistic, any Northamptonshire fans that were thinking about a batting point from here, because even if this partnership is broken, the other could still go on and do some damage. There you go, drawn across again. That movement from Roland Jones is really interesting. Sanderson will have a keen interest in it for many reasons. Is there anything through the air there at all? Is it from the Benham ends? You can see the wind's buffeting across from the right shoulder to the left of Roland Jones there, that wind. So the ball through the air should be shaping away. A little bit of swing, assisting the old skipper. Less of the old, he'll tell me. Ooh. Now Sanderson getting a long way across there. Again, his outside edge has been beaten a lot. We've seen it a couple of times now, the inside edge. There's one from Helm in the previous over. He's looking to get across and smother that off stump. Little Fuller trying to draw the drive. Stroked by Sanderson, but watchfully done again. It's really good cricket from him. He'll know the job to be done here, and he'll know that Northamptonshire could take advantage of it. Even just an hour this morning, we can get on top of Middlesex with this partnership and what's still to come, then it could make a big, big impact on this match. End of the 49th, 183 for 7. Movement there for Helm, coming back in. That was off the surface, I'd suggest. Could it die on Davies as well? It's that tennis ball bounce we touched on yesterday. Not unusual at Merchant Taylor's. Just lifts off the surface, but not at an alarming pace, which then sees it die down through to the keeper. If it was lifting at an alarming pace, you'd actually start to feel that the track could almost be regarded as dangerous. But it's a wicket that the bowlers just have the edge because of the extra little bit of bounce, but not in any untoward manner. It's not up and down, you know, as a batter. There'll just be a little bit of bounce off that surface. Keeps the seamers interested all the way through. We saw movement off the seam as well yesterday. It should be interesting when the ball is thrown to a spinner in this match, just to see what purchase there is. If you weren't tuned in yesterday, Middlesex with a big change for this match. No Ryan Higgins because of a slight knee problem. It's changed the makeup of the side. It means there's no Luke Holman. They've gone with 4 seamers as a result. So Brooks and Helm alongside Roland Jones and Bamber, who are pretty much fixtures. The Middlesex seam attack. They'd have perhaps had only 3 of that quartet plus Higgins. The man who's also missed out as a result, Luke Holman, the spinner. Very well in the blast in the One Day Cup as well, Luke Holman. But having to make way, a Middlesex going with the 4th seamer in this one. Eskenazi back in the side as well. After his stint in the One Day Cup, in the 100, my apologies.
It's good from Tom Helm on the money. We saw yesterday, he started his spell absolutely brilliantly. Picked up 2 wickets, including that one of Luke Proctor. Cartwheeling the off stump out of the ground. Looked in really good rhythm. Did Helm yesterday. Hasn't played too much cricket of late.
Oh dear. Now there's the bounce. This is the interesting one, this, because you could see behind the stumps they were all ready to go up, but that extra bounce that you get at Merchant Taylor's takes LBW out of the equation to some extent. It's a relatively full delivery, but you can see it strikes a midship. He's all right. Picks himself up afterwards. I think as much as anything he was letting the umpire know that hit quite high up, umps, so don't even think about it. But yeah, the bounce does really tend to take LBW out of the equation to some extent here, unless the batter misses a pretty full and straight one. 183 for 7.
Yeah, they're going to want to break this partnership as soon as possible, Middlesex. Well, no, with still a lot of cricket left to play in this game, but with the potential of weather around tomorrow, try and limit this Northants first innings score, try and get a lead. It's just tucked up the inside edge from Sanderson for another single. They've been very good, these two, this morning, positive. You think the game plan would be try and limit this first innings, and then Middlesex will have to bat positively if they're pushing for a victory. Go large in that first innings, put the pressure on Northants on day 4. But they're going to have to break through these two. McManus and Sanderson both looking very solid. There's some nervy moments for Sanderson last night, but he managed to get through it. He's got the reward today, batting under more pleasant conditions. blue skies, fluffier clouds, less wind.
That was good from McManus. Wasn't quite real half volley from Roland Jones, and we've talked about driving down the ground, how difficult it is. It was quite up there actually. But you can almost see to some extent that he's as full and straight as it was, he's driven it only just straight of a very wide mid-on. And Middlesex offering that region for that reason. They want to draw the drive. They want to try and bring those slips into play. Extra bit of bounce. Just a little bit too full, that one. Let's run to backward point. Somewhere in between the two there. He's happily on the back foot to that one, McManus. The other one was a little bit more over pitched than I first realised, actually, and put away down the ground. It does really have to be either a shot of incredible class like the one we saw from Shaw, or with that one from McManus, or the one that we saw from Gay down the ground yesterday. Almost driving it out of the block hole to feel confident that that extra bit of bounce isn't just going to lift up and over the bat and take the edge maybe with it. Back and across, just a little too straight to finish from Roland Jones, and McManus getting in line to steer it away. 188 for 7. Yeah, from Northamptonshire's point of view, Don, I think they really can be thinking about 250 from here and a batting point. 10 overs time, ball 60 overs, 60 to 80. It's when you start to think about really scoring runs, and if these can get through the next 9 overs, then you can really think about trying to cash in the latter spells of these bowlers. They'll be fresh enough though from night's rest. Only 44 overs yesterday, so they will have that up their sleeve. It's not as though it's the end of a long first day for Middlesex.
So that bounce again from Tom Helm. Sanderson playing it well. Highest first class score of 46 for Sanderson.
Any chance we can get those two down from somewhere? Bit of bounce from Helm again. Sanderson rides it well. Be well noted by Northamptonshire and indeed the Middlesex batters. That bounce is still there today. Any chance we could get those two down walking around? Take it. Better looking sky on day 2. Bit of cloud cover around, but it's light, it's fluffy. Plenty of patches of blue. It's more an interruption of the blue from those fluffy clouds today, whereas it was barely the briefest slither of blue that we saw for the most part, right until the umpires were going to call it off yesterday. And then as they walked out to do so, out burst the blue sky. It was uncomfortable for Sanderson, where Helm I think was probably just targeting the stumps a little bit more to begin against the tail end of this morning. He's just pulled the length back ever so slightly there, and that extra bit of bounce, it does become uncomfortable. You try and get in behind it. Again, we talked about Shaw's dismissal from Roland Jones. Similarly for Sanderson, you're trying to play off the back foot there and not quite up on your toes, not quite over the top of it. Now, Sanderson looking for the drive. Just a little bit of width on that from Helm, which drew him in. But there you go. It's a good example, that almost perfect example from behind there as well. Even from front. That's quite a full delivery. But just a little bit of bounce in it, I'd suggest as well. Maybe just a little bit too wide. He wasn't quite there. That bounce going past the edge.
Yeah, wide on the crease as well there from Helm. Just mixing up his angle of delivery.
That gets through. Just be a single down to Brooks. Can we see that one again, please? How many slips are in place? There goes deploy at second, but it was Holden really at Gully who was diving to his left to try and get somewhere near it. Couldn't do so, and it's just the single. And actually, it was a good change that in the fields from Roland Jones and Helm, because they did have 2 slips and quite a wide deep third. But it looks as though deep third's gone a little bit finer now with Gully in place. Bounce again for Roland Jones. Movement as well. Look at where Davis has taken that away, nearly towards second. Well, there's 2 fellas who played it pretty well. Emilio Gay on the left. Batted the longest in this innings so far, although both Sanderson and McManus are challenging him now. He's in the 70s for balls faced. Managed to get into the 40s. Pretty short. Oh, now that's got through off an inside edge. Roland Jones turns away in disgust. And Sanderson joins Gay as the only other batter in this innings to have reached the 40s. Ah, dear. Oh, good effort. I think he's fingertipped that as well, Dave. He's really good effort from him to get across. Get a glove on that. Disgust from Roland Jones. But yeah, sure. Gay's opening partner gave it a good start yesterday, but then undone by that bit of bounce from this man. And taken a point by Eskenazi. Well, he's persisting here, Roland Jones. Keeping it on the spot. That one beating the outside edge. Inside edge taking the ball before. It's all in play still for Middlesex, but that'll be on their mind as well. They will want this finish quickly because there's generally always something in a Merchant Taylor School surface for a seam bowler.
I wonder if me again, I'm pretty sure. I wonder if it's 99 flake or a coffee. What do you reckon? That looks like coffee, doesn't it?
Oh no, hold on a minute. Little pan of chocolat. Oh, this is interesting. Can we go back to that? Yep, there we go. What are we saying? Oh, is that a samosa? End of the over, 193 for 7, but we're on brunch watch. We're on 11's watch here on the live enhanced stream at the moment.
Surprised you haven't put a request in with them, Kev. For a pan of chocolat or a samosa.
Come on, this is crucial commentary from here. You don't. What's being consumed there? That looks like a samosa, doesn't it? Shape of it, triangle that Gay's getting through. Yeah, they do sell samosas, confirms. Look at the queue picking up now.
Supporting local business.
Gay's gone for the samosa. Do we think Prishy Shaw's gone for the Cornish pasty, or?
Could be a sausage roll, yeah. I think. I must admit, I did get a pan of chocolat from there yesterday, and it was pretty good. So
that's 2 pan of chocolats for you yesterday. You had one for lunch and you got one from there.
And I think the other one at lunch came from there as well, so I'm also about supporting local business.
Pushing up the cost of living, I think, by the amount you're spending. Bank of England will be bringing the interest rates into a U-turn soon.
Driven nicely from McManus, didn't get all of it. Pick the gap. Gone back for a couple. This partnership will be frustrating Middlesex now. Approaching that 200 mark. They'll definitely have eyes on that first batting bonus point. 250 will be what they have in mind. A little bit of batting to come. You really feel these two are the mainstays now. Sanderson approaching his highest first-class score, currently 45. Is his record? That's good. From Henry Brooks into the attack from the Benham end. Another one that bowled well yesterday, picked up one wicket. Out of Rob Keogh, caught Robson in the slips. It's one that just lifted. Keogh tried to leave it, but on the outside edge, Robson took one of 3 very good catches in the slip yesterday. In the slips. Henry Brooks is one of those bowlers. Bring him into the attack, try and ruffle things up, get that breakthrough. That's a sharp, short delivery from Henry Brooks, and Ben Sanderson was not holding back on that one. He looked to launch that towards the school. Just bounced nicely. Not too far away from the edge, but sign of intent from Sanderson. Back on a nice length. .25 years old, Henry Brooks. 105 first-class wickets to his name. 106 after yesterday's wicket of Rob Keogh.
Oh, now look at that. Well, Brooks has the breakthrough on the second morning. Sanderson looks back as if to say how. Back and across from the tail ender. But back to the pavilion he goes. A fine 40. Only the second batter, as we said, to reach the 40s in this innings, along with Gay. But that step across, which has been quite exaggerated all the way through, he's just got him down the leg side, a little too far across. It was almost just the angle of that leg it got through. Would have been interesting whether he'd have got an LBW for that if it had just clipped the leg. Probably not, I'd suggest. But leg stump falls. Brooks makes the breakthrough. And he's pretty happy with his second wicket as well. It's a crucial one for Middlesex. It's taken nearly 40 minutes of the second morning and just shy of the 200 as well. 196 for 8.
Yeah, much needed wicket for Middlesex. Good breakthrough. Said Sanderson's been stepping right across his stumps throughout his innings and paid the price. Just gone a little too far. Good bowling from Henry Brooks, clattering that leg stump. Another one cartwheeling. Get right across there.
Well, he's getting across to try and cover that off stump, isn't he? We'll come back to that. Actually, send the over. Can we see it one more time? Sorry. Any angle. It's fine. Yeah, any angle's fine. Anything's fine. He's going a long way across it to try and smother and cover the off stump, but obviously exposes that leg stump. And well, I say the interesting thing is, what do you reckon the chances were that would have been given LBW if it had thumped into the pads? Probably not.
Yeah, one of those that maybe looked like it would have been sliding. Umpire might not have raised his finger, so good thing for Middlesex. And it's hit those stumps, much needed breakthrough.
I saw the umpire, I saw the batters kind of back in and get across those stumps, not expecting to get that far across. It's a little bit of a gimme in that sense for Middlesex. It's a crucial breakthrough. If they could get McManus now, then they'd really feel they can wrap this up quickly. But 113 for 7 to 196 for 8. More than an annoyance so far for the hosts.
Yeah, it is. Now, might see McManus just look to put his foot down a little bit. He's very much set. 38 not out from 66. Have a good idea as to how this pitch is playing. Just 2 more partners left in the shed.
Moves away again.
An important passage of play. This Middlesex want to try and limit the damage as much as possible, but McManus will have eyes on getting as close to and over that 250.
Now, lifts from Roland Jones there. Sort of talking about with the drive, always has to be sideways, maybe just bounce can beat an outside edge, can't it? And McManus halfway forward to that. Probably if he'd had stretched any further forward, he might have just nicked it.
It looks to be a good pitch, this. Enough in it for the bowlers, but also enough there for the batters. You can see if you can get in, as we've seen with the likes of Emilio Gay, Sanderson and now McManus. If you get in, you can get yourself set. Runs are there to be had. But also, it's one of those pitches that you think, maybe as a batter, you just feel like you're never 110% in. There's always those deliveries that might just lift, get a bit of movement.
Well, these two this morning looked the most set of any of the batters. Gay had to face a new ball, didn't he? And I think that's what will be a big takeaway from this innings. That you're in it as a seamer all the way through, but McManus and Sanderson, and that's where Sanderson will be disappointed, because they were just in a position where they were putting a bit of pressure back on Middlesex.
New batter, Dominic Leach, 23 years of age, actually signed for Northamptonshire from Yorkshire. Meant to be joining at the end of the season, but yesterday morning, or the day before, signed a short-term loan deal so he could join up with Northamptonshire for this game.
Oh, now. That's up the hill from Roland Jones, and that's the first one that was kept low. Wouldn't quite call it a grubber, but up the hill, that's really not quite what you'd expect. I'll take any angle on that, please, mate. I mean, that's clearly bounced before reaching Davies, but it kisses the surface and barely moves. Slides through. Watch this. In a pitch where we've talked about a lot of bounce, look at how far short of Davies that second bounce. Much the keeper can do other than take his eyes off it and hope that he's got his gloves somewhere close to it. Nasty one. 198 for 8. That's something that, as the game wears on, you get one of those on the stumps, and we talked about this yesterday about a batter being pushed back by the bounce. You just keep one that hits a little bit low, especially from this end that Brooks is bowling with the trajectory. Not that I'm an expert in physics, but you'd imagine that it should slide on occasion. We haven't seen too much of it so far, but you can well imagine once you get into the third, fourth innings of this match, Bowlers will just bowl that little bit straighter if the bounce does become a little bit more unpredictable.
Yeah, especially with the tall bowlers, the likes of Henry Brooks, Tom Helm, Roland Jones. They're coming in from quite a height. Hit the pitch hard, and if that pitch just does start to offer a bit of invariable bounce.
Crunched. Lovely shot by Leach to get off the mark. Warmly applauded. That'll feel good for the tail ender. It was a bit of a half volley for Brooks, given the treatment by the number 10.
Yeah, good start from Leach. Still pretty early on in his career, just the 7 first-class matches to his name. Highest score of 32. It'll be a positive approach from the tail ender now. Northampton's passing the 200 mark with that boundary.
Stands up tall to that one, Leach. And the Middlesex will probably mind too much seeing him play that ball with a little bit of a push. You don't see too many. But he's a tall player, so he's got that height to stand up tall to it and play it on the up. But again, any extra little bit of bounce and Leach will be in trouble. It's a couple, keeps him on strike. Keeps the Brooks battle going with Leach. What does he come back with? Man to make the breakthrough so far with the wicket of Sanderson. You take him anyway, they come as a bowler, top of leg stumps. Not quite where he was aiming, but Sanderson getting all the way across. They've brought in a cover now just to try and block off some of these runs. And that's what he follows up with. Drive me on the up, will you? Oh, whipped away. And this is a little battle now between Brooks and Leach. He only pick up a single, but he's whipped him nearly off middle and leg there. No ball called as well. Frustrate Brooks. He's up at around 4.4. His economy brought it right down yesterday.
Nicely watched that one from McManus. He's been patient outside his off stump. Plenty of leaves, his deliveries in that corridor of uncertainty. He's watched them well. Building on a nice innings here, 39 not out now. Very good. Keeper batter.
Well, fielded in the covers. The cover was brought in for Leach. Really would have been there for McManus anyway, but he blocks off the boundary to end the over. So a dot ball to finish for Leach. For Brooks, my apologies, but 9 off the over. Middlesex will just want to be careful now. The batting point is in sight. 43 more runs. McManus will be thinking about a 50. He'll be hoping for a lot of support from Leach. Will he be able to hang on?
He won't want to be. Leach won't want to suck the life out of Middlesex.
think your pun was better. Mine was just more discreet. Just looking a little sluggish at the moment, Leach, as Roland Jones puts that on the length and just eases that one through nicely. Height's going to be a problem for that. But he's given. Interesting one, Leach departs. Roland Jones has a fourth. 4 for 49 for the skipper. Let's have a look. We talked about LBWs being problematic here, and I'm just quite not going to see it there with the head of Roland Jones and the impacts. That's what I couldn't see first time. Yeah, that looks a little bit better from that side, doesn't it? First look from behind the bowler. Just the instinct was on this surface. Wasn't a long way forward. He was stood up tall to it. But the second one looked as though it probably was clipping. And off he goes. LBW for 7. Leach departs. 2:07 for 9 it is.
Yeah, very good. Roland Jones, 4 for 49 now. That did look pretty adjacent. Height was in question, but I think that would have just been clipping. Another good breakthrough for Middlesex. That brings Yuzi Chahal to the crease. First class. Featuring for Northamptonshire. Played at the back end of the One Day Cup with a big impact. Taking 5 wickets for not many runs. I think he'll enjoy slightly warmer temperatures today for his leg spin, which I'm sure we'll see later on in the day. Can he stick around with Lewis McManus? Really good signing for Northamptonshire. World-class bowler. Not known so much for his batting, but he's going to have to keep out Toby Roland Jones, who's going to be hunting for a third 5-wicket haul of the season. Past 750 career wickets yesterday, Roland Jones. Really is an incredible asset to this Middlesex side.
And very nearly 2 in 2. Inside edge, thumbs up from Chahal to the Middlesex skipper. Yeah, look at that bounce. I was wondering whether he could have even been forward to it, but he's almost played that at the height of his back hip. And there it is. Middle stumps out of the ground. Roland Jones has his 5 for. Northamptonshire wrapped up for 207, which Middlesex will be pleased with. They've done it quickly once breaking through Sanderson. They've picked up the last 2 thereafter in quick succession, right up there. And this time the inside edge is onto the stumps. We've seen a few of them miss those stumps. But that one straight into the top of middle, which cartwheels out of the ground, and back go Northamptonshire. A 5 for the skipper, who won the toss yesterday morning. And I think if at that point you'd have said you'll have Northamptonshire for 207 all done, will you take it? Middlesex will say yes, thank you. They'll be a little bit frustrated. 113 for 7 to 207 all out is a bit of an escape for Northamptonshire. McManus leading that escape with 39 from 71. He batted really, really well. Sanderson's 40 from 71. The frustration for the visitors will certainly be that it was a leg stump dismissal for Sanderson, knocked out of the ground as he got too far across to Brooks. But 5 for 49, the really good figures there. Pleasing figures for the Middlesex captain. He's in good form as he returns to the side. He bowled himself back into action with a couple of One Day Cup appearances and looks as though it's made the difference. We'll take a very short break here until noon, with play resuming at a minute past. Middlesex under blue skies coming out to bat. Northamptonshire all out for 207. The live enhanced stream here from Merchant Taylor School at Northwood from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. We've had 56.5 overs of this match. Heavily rain interrupted yesterday, just 44 overs possible to be completed. Bambrick was wrapping up his over from overnight before Roland Jones and Helm and Brooks took charge this morning. 2 for Roland Jones, 1 for Brooks. Sanderson the first to go for 40 this morning. 71 balls, so 77 faced by Gay. 42 off 77 at the top, 40 off 71. That'll frustrate Middlesex, the number 9, getting in and getting those runs. But that is cricket. Northamptonshire will be delighted with the resilience shown down the order, because they'll feel 207 if they can all of a sudden do to Middlesex. Well, Middlesex did to them at the top. Though there was 31 put on for the first wicket, but it is one of those, if you're 20 for 2 in reply, then all of a sudden pressure's on for the innings. So they'll feel it was a little bit of an escape for Northamptonshire from 113 for 7. But the opposition are allowed to play well. They are allowed to fight back, and that's what they did. But the bowling figures, well, the standout's the skipper. 5 for 49 from his 18.5, and didn't he put in the workload there as well? 36 years of age now, Roland Jones. Bamber's 1 for 45. He probably bowled better than that economy, as Helm did. His 2 for 53. Started beautifully, and economy blurred a little at the end. But Brooks, 2 for 53 as well. He brought it down from 4.4. He brought it right down towards 3. Just took a little bit of tap at the end from the tail. But not too much, though. And he could be relatively happy. I think as a quartet, they'll probably know that should have been maybe 30. If they were really tight on themselves, maybe 40 cheaper than that. But 207 nonetheless is a job done for Middlesex. It's now a job over to the openers, and it'll be to see how Sanderson and co go themselves on this surface. So a lot to pick through. Can we take a shot of North Marine Road? In this one here, 207. That first innings score. So we're here at Merchant Taylor School, up at North Marine Road. Table-topping Sussex in Division 2 are taking on Yorkshire, and the first wicket's fallen. 26 for 1. In reply to the 189 of Sussex. Morton and Bean together. Bean yet to get off the mark. Finley Bean, youngest scorer of a triple century for Yorkshire. second 11. Autumn with him now. And a cap with the wicket to fall, one of the overseas brought in by Sussex. Had Jaden Seals at the start of the season. A strong attack that they've had this year has taken them towards the top of the table. Familiar figure crouching down at the bottom of the screen there as well in John Simpson. Middlesex will be renewing their battle with their old keeper in a few weeks' time at Hove. But first up it is Yorkshire themselves at Headingley next week for Middlesex. Northamptonshire heading down to Bristol where they'll face Gloucestershire in the Kookaburra round. I'm not quite sure on Middlesex's experience of Bristol in recent years that Neville Road is quite where you want to play a Kookaburra round. So that's North Marine Road, 26 for 1. Here we're nearly ready to go. Heavy rollers out there. Groundsman's having a natter as well with Middlesex's directors, Lorraine Poole, who organises all the outgrounds amongst all the other jobs she does, but it's a big job to sort out the outgrounds for Middlesex. Here come the umpires. Difficult day yesterday with very light showers at times. Who'd be an umpire? And clear blue skies, just as they'd probably reached the point to call it off for the day. So out they had to come for a couple of overs last night. They were aiming for 9, but the light didn't allow. So umpires Pratt and Adnan on their way. And a team huddle for Northamptonshire, and I'm sure that they will be saying, look, tight on the off stump, tight on the off stump. Let the pitch do the rest, let the bounce do the rest. Just keep on that off stump. I think the economy throughout for Middlesex might just be something that they'll look back on and say, could they have been tighter? Could they have kept those runs down a little bit more? Shaw got them off to a blinder. Gay's innings obviously was a steady knock at the top. Middlesex will look for a steady knock from at least one of these two, hopefully the pair, but they will hope that one of their former England openers can nestle in for a long time today and anchor this innings. That's what's going to be required, I think. Stoneman's always positive. Won't let the bowlers bowl at him. Robson's usually unperturbed about what's going on around him, and will just look to play through for as long as he possibly can. Try and get Middlesex up and around that 207, maybe towards a batting point if they're a particularly greedy. Day 2 is meant to be the best day to bat on any surface. The sun's out. It'll be a day Middlesex will try to take control of the match with the bat. But that team huddle from Northamptonshire will be saying undoubtedly, come on, 10 for 2, 20 for 2, and let's see how they go thereafter. Ben Sanderson will be. Sanderson will be down the hill from the Benham end. This is really the spell I think that everybody will be sitting up and taking notice with. Performance of the ball for Sanderson. 90 overs remain today, so there you go. Pretty much got a full day still to play, haven't we? Well, we'd be by stumps. That Northamptonshire innings barely lasting half a day in terms of its duration. Where will we be in half a day's time from here? Sam Robson's have the first ball. Sanderson has 3 slips and a gully. Points a mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg his 7-2 fields, which is asking the bowler, come on, keep tight to that off stump. Straight on the spot. Robson there meeting it, front foot. Over the top, in behind. Will be well accustomed to playing here at Merchant Taylors' School. Sam Robson, dare say he's played every Middlesex first-class match here, barring perhaps an injury. Or indeed an England call-up back in 2014. And he's off the mark in this latest round of matches in Northwood. Middlesex won without loss.
Yeah, leading the way, Ben Sanderson in Division 2, 29 wickets. A really good competition so far. I'm sure he'll extract that same sort of movement that we saw from the likes of Toby Rowland-Jones from this surface, coming in from the Benham end. Medium fast bowler, good line and length.
All immediately around the wicket. Stoneman on the back foot, back and across. We'll have a sharp look at the seam movement. Not in the perfect angle to tell. If he comes right on over to the left-hander, we'll have a really good view of it. Certainly the suggestion from Stoneman was that just moved off the straight, off the seam. Lift down the leg side. Sanderson. Cryer catch it, just a little noise on the way through perhaps. McManus getting excited behind the stumps. Got a helicopter passing overhead somewhere. Famous line from the wonderful Bob Hunt years ago in a match here when a helicopter passes overhead. Yes, that's little Timmy being dropped off for school. Great man, Bob Hunt, dearly missed. Barnet boy as well. But a big man of Bristol in the end, which is where Northamptonshire head next week. That ball's heading down to deep third, and Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, my apologies, is off the mark with a boundary. Looking to show the full face of the blade, thick edge as it was, all along the floor as well. Right forward and over the top of it, Stoneman. Grew up on a spicy Chesterley Street track, which earned him that England call-up with a fine record. Still a fine player, a wonderful competitor, and as you saw all the way through the One Day Cup, I'm sure, in many of the interviews that he did as well, fiercely competitive, high standards, very determined to do well for Middlesex. And they'll know what a big innings this is, Robson and Stoneman. It's a big innings for this match, but with a trip to Headingley to come next week and still to go to Division 2 tabletoppers Sussex here at Merchant Taylor School, where they know the ground, they like the grounds, they usually do well here, Middlesex. They'll know this innings. It's crucial to this match, it could be crucial to the season. Justin Broad is the man charged with running up the hill from the Lake End. And he puts it perfectly on the spot, first ball, which means Robson's going to go and have a look at that spot. Just watching for that line. Does it go off the surface? Not particularly, nothing too much to note from that one. Just good line and length. Robson, not back nor forward. Back in behind that one. Likes to play off the back foot, Robson. He's good off the back foot. He's good on a bouncy surface. This should suit his technique. Sydney born, used to the ball fizzing up towards his chest. It bounces here, not with a great fizz, as we were mentioning, which is probably a good thing, because if it was a very fast track at Merchant Taylor School, then you'd say that that tennis ball bounce that we've got at the moment might be something a little bit more alarming. Bounce will save him there. Which is my feeling on the Leach one. I thought he was going to get away with it, but then we saw the reverse angle of it, and actually it was hitting a little lower down than I realised. Head will probably be in the way of the bowler. Actually, no, quite pleasingly it's not, but you can see that one passing over the stumps. That's where the LBW isn't much in play here at Merchant Taylor School, but Robson will like to play it off the back foot. With the bowling from the Lake End, he'll expect a little bit of climb. Interesting thing will be the run rate. It was always over threes in that Northamptonshire innings, even when Middlesex were right on top. Shaw saw to that at the start. And he went on to run a ball to reach 20. He was done in the end for 24 off 27, but Middlesex will never able to get it down below 3. And again, Northamptonshire will say to themselves, they can keep it tight on the off stump, whether it's 10 for 2, 20 for 2 or not, if they can keep that run rate down, then it's going to be very, very difficult to score, as it should be off any ground. Top of off stump, obviously. Hard, fast tracks, you have to adjust your length. Softer tracks, you go a little bit fuller. Think of Australia, obviously, you're just bowling a slightly shorter length. Batters are playing off the back foot, finding runs that way. But yeah, top of off stump here, it should be difficult to get it away, and that run rate, I'd imagine they'll be targeting 2.5. Northamptonshire, which it'll dip towards now. 2 done, 5 without loss.
Good start from Justin Broad. Good all-rounder. Bowled very well in the One Day Cup game at Radlett at the end of July. Scored 38 not out and took 3 for 65. Very exciting. 50 over game that Middlesex came out the winners of. Good run chase there. This man's going to be the main threat, Ben Sanderson. 2 5-wicket hauls so far this season. As mentioned, the leading wicket taker in Division 2.
Top ball into the onside. 3 slips in place for Stoneman. Actually, it's a pretty tight fourth there. I was going to say 3 slips in a gully, but it is a fourth, really. See them square leg umpire, then McManus the keeper. Slip, second, third and fourth. There's no point. Oh, there is. There he is. He appears now just behind the fielder. There's a backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 6-3 field. Sanderson around the wicket, keeping it outside the off. Stoneman wary rightly. I think later in the innings that'll be getting cut or clattered away. But early on, just trying to get a feel of the bounce. Not want to nick one through while your eyes not quite in. Bring those 4 slips and the backward point into play. Sounded like 2 noises. It's around the wicket for 1. So you've really got to straighten it, Sanderson. We won't get the perfect look at it, but watching that front pad it goes across, is just a little noise there. Also hitting up towards that hip guard, really. It was right up at the top of the pad, never mind above the knee roll. And again, you fancy on this Merchant Taylor School track, which has got some real bounce in it. You're asking a lot of the umpire to get anything other than a stone dead LBW. That's good. That's really good from Sanderson. The ball before, he's saying to Stoneman, make sure you're forward, and he almost has that on a piece of string there as he brings him forward. Lovely length. Look at the bounce, though. It's the bounce that beats him. Kicks up off the surface, that one. Stoneman will feel he's not done much wrong there. He's tried to get forward, he's tried to smother it. But you could really see the trajectory off the surface there, lift. And that's going down the hill as well from the Benham end for Sanderson. End of the third, back-to-back maidens to begin. Or early in the innings, I should say. 3 done here, 5 without loss.
Another game elsewhere. It's getting towards the latter end of the innings. England versus Sri Lanka. England currently batting, still at the crease. 305 for 7, a lead of 69. And Jamie Smith has just passed his maiden Test 100 in his 4th Test match. Currently 101 not out, 137 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6. So congratulations to him. Wonderful knock. It's going to give the selectors some headaches for the upcoming series.
Edged and through. Robson survives. Hard in mouth moment for everybody. Lift again for Broad. Lift again at Merchant Taylor's School. Look at the head go round. Well, they haven't picked it up. Has that gone through 2nd and 3rd? Gay at 3rd slip was looking to his left. Looking towards 2nd. It's gone through him somehow. Big life for Robson. Could be a big moment in this innings.
Yeah, looked like maybe just went through the gap of 2nd and 3rd. Judging by the reaction, there's a chance early on in this innings. Big life for Sam Robson.
There they are, there's just that little gap there you can see between 2nd and 3rd. Slip is back, mind you, he settles down there. It's not too big a gap to be fair, but you can see there's not much of a gap at all between slip and 2nd. It's clearly just enough. Robson's edge finding perfectly that gap, to the frustration of Broad and Northamptonshire. Opening pair like Robson and Stoneman, you know you've got to take every chance you get. You give them one. Generally batters of this ilk, this quality, they're going to make you pay. Big man, Gay at 3rd slip. You can see there probably the fancy is his reach at 3rd slip is going to cover that gap. There's always just that line though. If you're right between the 2 slip fielders, you've got to hope as a fielding side that one of them's gone for it, been bowled, said I'll take this. It's always that conundrum for slip, isn't it? Unless it's straight down the middle of slip, then if it's to slip's left as he stands now to the right-hander, it should be a keeper's catch. Anything to his right is 2nd slip's catch. But then where 2nd and 3rd aren't staggered, there is just that perfect line between them. Who's it going to be that takes it? Fortunately for Robson, it was neither. Broad misses out. So do Northamptonshire. Middlesex are 9 without loss.
Yeah, another good over from Justin Broad. Really testing Sam Robson. See that missed opportunity, but making him play, keeping it nice and straight. Looking to trap Robson on the crease. Push him back, and then get one that little bit fuller. Skid it on. Sanderson to continue from the Benham end. It's causing Stoneman a little bit of trouble from round the wicket.
That's steered nicely. He's over the top of it. He's got an angle bat, soft hands. He's let the ball come onto him. He's got everything right to give himself the best chance, Stoneman. And he picks up another boundary.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of these throughout the Northants innings as well. Just running it down to 3rd. Usually do get fielders down there just to block that shot, as is happening now. Third dropping. Just see Chahal coming up from fine to square.
7-2 fields. I was almost interested that he was coming around the wicket. They didn't bring a 7-2 field in earlier. Chahal goes back now to long leg. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There were a lot of runs to deep third in that Northamptonshire innings. Stoneman drops on in front of backward points. The frustration of Northamptonshire. There's the deep third in the background. And it's that bounce, that's why. Batters are just trying to ride the bounce and talk about giving yourself every chance. That means get over the top of it, get your head in line, play it under the nose. Soft hands, angle bat. Give yourself every chance that it's going to run into the ground. And if there isn't a deep third, then if it beats the slip cordon, you're in business.
Yeah, it becomes a very fruitful scoring area for the high-class batters.
I think the fact that it protects the good ball is the reason why I always advocate a deep third. It's generally there for an edge that has beaten the slip cord, and it's got fine of gully. It's maybe it's a batter running the ball as Stoneman's doing there. With 26 runs down to deep third in Northamptonshire's 207. About 12-13% of their runs coming down at deep third.
Yeah, you mentioned the soft hands. Good example is someone like a Kane Williamson, renowned for playing the ball under his eyes, playing it late, really soft hands, which is the important part. As soon as a batter goes pushing, it's when those edges can just start going a little bit more aerial, carrying to the slips.
Stoneman again getting into a good position here. I wonder are they tempted to come over the wicket to him here? Just test the bounce, pushing the ball across. A lot of teams like to come around the wicket to a left-hander early now, and in particular it seems with Stoneman. Teams come around the wicket to him from the off. Want to get him involved on that off stump and just outside of. But I wonder with the additional bounce here at Merchant Taylor's, are they better just coming over the wicket to him, put it on that stump, force him to play every ball and look for a little bit of bounce to bring those slips in. And right on cue. Sanderson's got an earpiece in clearly. 5 done, 15 without loss.
I think you should be a coach sometimes, Kev.
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy that to Stoneman. I think at the moment he's got a plan, Stoneman. He's going to try and smother it outside the off stump. He's going to try and play for lunch. So whatever the tactic is that they come with Stoneman at from around the wicket, just feels on this surface. More traditional line of attack, right arm over. But it's the modern way. Stuart Broad was very much the same, wasn't he? In the latter years for England, immediately around the wicket to a left-hander. What it does do is it forces them to play more often than not. Just any little bit of movement, any little error in judgment, stretching a little bit too far outside off. The flip side is a left-hander naturally would have a better view of a bowler coming right arm around the wicket. Come right arm over to a left-hander, you're almost looking over that right shoulder. There's the bounce. Tall man Broad. Lifting that one up to the hip of Robson. Knocking him off his feet. There you go. It's the bounce again. I'll say towards the hip. It was more the abdomen. Ooh. Shouldn't laugh.
It's troubled Robson. Really shot up. Justin Broad, another tall bowler. You extract that extra bit of bounce. Can be the danger though sometimes with that bit of bounce that you can get in the surface. It can just put a little bit of hesitation in a batter to get forward, which can then cause trouble when that ball gets pitched a little fuller, or if there's a bit of invariable bounce. If the batter's been sat on the back foot, can tend to play away from their body if it's full outside off stump, or sit back and the ball just skids that little bit lower, gets under the bat.
There you go. That's what Robson will look for. Just steer off the hip. He looks to try and play with that mid-wicket or square leg, whichever they deploy, or both. Either side of. Get onto the back foot, particularly to Broad. Rotate the strike. Again, that'll be crucial for both of these batters. Not letting Broad and Sanderson settle. Reminder, it's at 1:10 lunch today. The overs being made up from day one.
You're just excited about a pan of chocolat, aren't you, Kev?
Thinking of the cues by 1:10. There'll be a few who'll have forgotten, so they'll go early, won't they? Better get there before 1 o'clock. Wide on the crease. The inside edge comes into play for Stone, and he'll get a single. Can we replay it, Andy? Just watch for the release from Sanderson here. Very wide on the crease on that one. And that's where the inside edge comes into play, going that little bit wider, angling in towards the off stump. Stoneman's eyes lighting up with that bit of width, but with that angle from the release. Oh, and then a beaut. Absolute beaut. One of the best ones so far.
Impressive bowler, Justin Broad. Thought he looked really good at Radlett in that one-day cup game. Good pace. Test that outside edge. Picked up 3 wickets in that game, and he's looking good here with the new ball.
Dug out to end the over, just a couple of singles off it. 17 without loss.
Just a quick update from Scarborough, Yorkshire. Into their innings, they're currently 2 down. Now Wharton and Luxton. Finley Bean was dismissed. And Adcat getting his second. Yorkshire currently trailing by 146.
The Stoneman steer. Another single down to deep third.
Third man in place now. Saved 3 runs.
Frustrates Sanderson over the wicket too. Stoneman, he probably would have liked a little go there, and he had 1 ball at the back end of his last over. First little look at Robson, it feels like, for a while for Sanderson. Different challenge for both. He'll really look to line this track up on the back foot. Robson. Again, he'll probably prefer that. It's a key area, punching off the back foot, cutting, clip off the hips. Northamptonshire will be well aware of that as well, though, wanting to bring him forward. He's halfway forward to that one, Robson. Again, with LBW, a minimal threat on this surface. Robson will back himself to get bat on something full. It's just about lining up that off stump. And they Do bring him forward. There we go. Sanderson's full and straight to him. Doesn't know his strength, and they won't want to play to it from the off here.
It's an interesting technique from Robson as well. You see his whole career that he's played, those full straight deliveries, he's often just lingering more on that back foot, which can sometimes get him into a bit of trouble. Those ones that just skid on a little bit can often be caught on the crease, bowled skidding under the bat, or trapped LB. And again, there you see it. Full deliveries, but he's not really committing that front foot forward. Something he's done throughout his career. And it's very much worked for him, but can sometimes get you into a bit of trouble. Sometimes see it with Joe Root as well, the England Test team, often caught on the crease.
This is good from Sanderson. He's right on the spot to Robson. End of the 7th, 18 without loss. Wide around the wicket again, Broad to Stoneman. Hasn't had as long a look at the left-hander as Sanderson has. Very, very wide on the crease, which actually isn't going to help him, Broad. Stoneman wasn't a long way forward. You see the release there, very wide, and then hitting up above the knee roll. He's up off the ground. His feet are off the ground at point of impact. Look, up there. Yeah, there's not much going for it, that one. You're really going to struggle to convince an umpire that that has straightened from that angle to begin with. And also the bounce at Merchant Taylor's. That's stroked nicely. Square of the wicket. Again, watchful of that bounce. It's taken, what, 8 overs to see anything close to an expansive shot. I'll have that in mind. Put the shots away. Get Middlesex up to lunch. Still 33 minutes until the interval. 30, 8 minutes until the interval. Oh, Butte from Broads. Finishing the over. Asking a lot of questions there of Robson. Not a long way forward. You can see as that goes past the bat, it's passing the top of the off stump as well. It would have probably just clipped. So Robson, to some extent, could and perhaps should have been forward. So it's the challenge here at Merchant Taylor's. But again, if he'd have gone plunging and stretching forward, looking for that one, he may well have brought his own edge into play. Game of survival, 19 without loss.
Yeah, another good over. Really testing spell from Justin Broad. These two will be desperate to get through to lunch. More the sun beats down on this track. I feel that they can feel their boots in this afternoon session.
That's lovely. That's the angle around the wicket that they want to persist with to Stoneman. Let's draw him into that. Stoneman come and tap away on the surface. Look for Sanderson's come back over the wicket to Stoneman, which will give us a better idea of the seam movement from the angles of our cameras for this match. Wind's died down actually, a fair old bit. We were buffeted all day yesterday. We were told today there's a yellow weather warning in particular for the north of England. Winds of 80 miles an hour to buffet the country today. Settle down here into a calm afternoon at Merchant Taylor's. Calm so far. Middlesex will hope it will remain that way. Taken by Stoneman. This keeps this ticking for Middlesex. 20 without loss. So often talk about it, don't we? 10 for 2, 20 for 2, and it's trouble. Middlesex will feel they're just taking a little bit of a chunk. Already out of that 207. Main target at the moment, those lunch for these two. Try and get through, none down, and then see if they can build through the afternoon. I feel to some extent as well, Northamptonshire, that there haven't really been too many alarm bells yet. Robson's obviously offered that one chance that went between second and third, and by the looks of it, neither fielder moved. Stoneman surviving an LBW appeal, but it didn't look a great one, to be fair. Just get the feeling these two fancy it today, Stoneman and Robson. Long wait for the return of first-class cricket. Stoneman in the one-day cup side, as Robson was. Robson not part of the T20 side at all. Stoneman came back for the end of that competition for Middlesex, but for the most part, they've been waiting for this moment. Talks about the steer down to the deep third. That's just a little tuck as well to keep the strike ticking over. That's where I just wonder at the moment, are they better going over the wicket to Stoneman in the early stage of this innings? He's played it quite nicely so far. The one-day cup skipper handing over the reins to Roland Jones again for the last few weeks of the season. Club captain, taking charge of the first class side. Bat and pad tight together for Robson, needed to be. Looks as though Sanderson's just holding a little bit more threat to Robson at the moment. Mr. Ball there somewhere, is the end of the over. Scoreboard will catch up in a moment. Mr. Ball somewhere, it is 22 without loss after 9.
Yeah, that's good from Stoneman and Robson. right left hand partnership, just rotating the strike regularly, just not allowing the likes of Broad and Sanderson to settle into their line and length. Always look to be positive in defence. Rotate the strike, keep that scoreboard ticking up. It's working up good pace. Justin Broad hitting the bat hard. It's been a little bit unlucky at that chance early on. Edge from Robson through the slips. There's been a couple of player misses as well. Just been a good into his 5th over now of this spell.
There's the length. It's going to be the most challenging for Robson. Hasn't got forward to that at all, but he's got the bat down. Hands on heads all around. Feeling they were nearly through.
That's good from Stoneman. Very solid in defence. There's been a couple of all inside and outside edges, but look confident with his stride forward, hit the middle of the bat. That'll make him feel good. On to 14. Getting through to lunch will be the first aim for this pair.
It's that one away. Off the back foot, a little run from Stoneman. He'll pick up 2 for it. Brought around the wicket to him. Stoneman getting a good view of it, so if there's a little bit of width, see it early. Being decisive is one of the key things on any surface, but particularly I think here at Merchant Taylor's. A few times in that Northamptonshire innings we talked about indecision. Needs to have batted her a fair bit now to have an idea of the surface. Reckon there was bat involved in that. Ricocheted around, charge up from one of the fielders as well as it clipped up off the pad. Would have really had to go up some way to bring the slips into that to come running for it. But Robson, Stoneman, my apologies, a little nod of the head to one side, looks at the surface again. There's a little bit of movement in it, as we know. There's a fair bit of bounce. We haven't seen so much of that seam movement just yet from either of these two. That still may come into play. End of the 10th over. Middlesex are 26 without loss.
Changing attack for Northants. Luke Proctor, captain, formerly of Lancashire. All-rounder into the attack, fast medium. Another one that can settle into a good line and length. Extract movement. It'll be a good moral victory for Robson and Stoneman. They got through that first test of the leading wicket taker in Division 2, Sanderson.
Interesting change in terms of the ends. I wonder, are they going to switch Sanderson around here? Still half an hour to go before lunch. He's only had 5 overs. leading wicket taker as he is. Certainly not the movement off the surface that we saw yesterday. Proctor, shorter, skiddier bowler coming down the hill. Again, you'd have almost thought the shorter bowler would be better suited from the lake end, but it was from the lake end where Roland Jones, I think, got 4 of his 5 wickets, certainly 3. So maybe that incline is what's on Northamptonshire's minds. Robson's happily on the front foot here. Proctor will have to push him back somehow.
I wonder as well if we might get a little look at spin for the first time in this match before lunch. Izzy Chahal, very valuable asset. Might just get thrown the ball.
Oh, now he's gone through him there. Fair old gate. He wasn't a long way forward to that, Robson, but he went a long way across with the bat, not with the foot though. Watch that front foot. Really go anywhere. Keeps low as well. Seems back as it keeps low also from Proctor.
Yeah, I mentioned not that long ago, Robson tends to stick on that back foot. That's a good example of can get caught out. That one did keep very low.
And then leg side. Robson will like it there. Beautiful bit of timing. Oh, nearly making it. Turn for a second. They'll settle on 2. Let's give Proctor a look at. Won't give Proctor a look at Stoneman for the last ball of the over.
There is Chahal in front of pitcher. He'll enjoy the warmer conditions today. I don't think he would have fancied having a bowl in a blistering wind. Cool temperatures yesterday, but with that sun out, he'll feel he'll be in the game.
Good finish from Proctor on that off stump. What they are doing well at the moment, Northamptonshire, is that run rate, 2.5. That's why they're going to want to try and keep it for as long as possible. That'll be on their minds. Keep it tight to that. Middlesex aren't going anywhere too quickly. Because again, you throw 2 wickets on the board, and then the game changes quite quickly. 28 with that loss after 11.
Hugely experienced pair. Robson and Stoneman. I think they'll just be saying get through each over. Don't look too far ahead. Work towards lunch. It will be Broad to continue. No change of ends for Sanderson at the moment.
Nice from Stoneman. He'll pick up a couple. That's where the around the wicket line, if you just go a little bit too straight, brings that leg side into play for the left-hander.
Played 9 T20 internationals. Justin Broad for Germany.
And then he brings one back in through the gate. That's the line of attack where they're just looking to bring that off stump into play. If they can get some seam movement, and it looks as though that one has seamed back in to Stoneman. And that's where around the wicket starts to become more interesting. They haven't seen that much seam movement just yet. Probably done the most, I'd suggest, of anything so far. If the seam starts to come into play, then by all means stay around the wicket, but there wasn't so much of a prevalence of it just yet. It felt like over the wicket might have been a better option, but maybe he's found something here, Broad. Good leave by Stoneman. He was very wide on the crease as he released that one again, Broad. The suggestion is that that was very close. And that seemed again. I think even from that angle you can certainly say the ball's nipped off the seam. And that brings the edge into play. Stoneman a little indecisive about that one, stretching, thinking about it. The last 2 balls would have been on his mind. You see he goes with the more determined drive at the non-striker's end, but this one The feet didn't really go. The bat did. And the edge. Did it carry? Yeah, just shy of second, which raises the question, was that third slip's catch, actually? Talk about a staggered slip. Even third is slightly further forward. Oh, that comes back in. Robson surprised by that. That's really tucked up Robson off the seam, and for the first time really in this inning so far, we're starting to see some seam movement for Broad and for Northamptonshire, and Robson's response tells you everything. He was just dropping that bottom hand off and getting the bat down quickly as he could with the top hand, going soft with the hands. That's why the bottom hand came off. Yeah, please, mate. And then he goes full. Now there's a noise. Robson doesn't like it, and neither does the umpire. It's bad on pad in the umpire's minds. Robson's head didn't follow the ball. Let's have a look. There was certainly a noise. Was it just the bottom of the bat clipping the foot there? So that ball nips away from the right-hander. You can see the bat clip away off the pads. There was a noise there, just there. Didn't sound like there was two. Robson breathes a sigh of relief, because that would have been a heart-in-mouth moment that the umpire might have thought the noise was something else. Let's have a look at the Stoneman drop. What a big over this was. Now, should third slip have gone across in front? Left hand to it from second, away towards third. Should third slip have been across in front of him to take it, though? We'll have a look one more time. Our screen just had a slight delay there, so even for our own benefit, Dom and I will have a quick look at that one once more. Just looking for third slip. How close to third slip is that left hand of second when it goes down? Oh, I've got to feel that that's third slips. He's going to take it in front of second.
Yeah, you see as well, third has that helmet on. I think it's Emilio Gay under the helmet. Just means he's a little bit closer in, so that probably was a good opportunity. I think it was Shaw and Gay as well that were involved in that missed opportunity of Robson earlier on as well. It's been very unlucky, Justin Broad. He's bowled fantastically well, created opportunities. That was another opportunity gone for Northants. They could have both openers back in the hutch before lunch. Fine game of margins. What is 31 for none could very easily be 25-30 for two. And Northants would go into lunch very happy.
Now, we talked about it all match long. There's not much that goes down the ground, but Proctor's put that right up there into the block hole and just trapping the bat down hard, Stoneman. He says thank you very much. First one down the ground in the Middlesex innings. There were barely three, maybe four in the entire Northamptonshire. And as you can see, there's very wide mid-on in place, mid-off and mid-on wide in this game throughout. In fact, he's almost a mid-wicket. Feel good? Just offering the bat. Strong bottom hands, just help it. Don't go hard at it, don't go pushing at it. Back to the channel, just outside off from Proctor. Run rate 2.73. Absolutely be drumming it into themselves. Top of off, top of off. Let the pitch do the work. Certainly don't let that run rate get up. Now, there you go. Keep going for the top of off. Every now and again, this pitch will offer something to you. A little bit of bounce on this occasion for Proctor. Down the hill as well, which is what will really surprise Stoneman there. Skiddier bowler coming down the hill And that ball kicks up off the surface. End of the over. We have got 18 minutes to lunch. Middlesex at 35 without loss.
Another change of bowler. Won't quite be the spin of Chahal just yet. It will be the new signing, Dominic Leach, into the attack. Signed from Yorkshire. Signed from Yorkshire at the end of the season on a permanent contract, but he's here at the moment on loan to make him available for this match. Bowls with really good pace, does Dom Leach. Just offers something a little bit extra to this Northamptonshire attack. He's going to have to back up a good spell from Justin Broad. 10 first-class wickets in his 7 matches so far, best of 3 for 78. Formerly England under-19. Made his debut for Yorkshire versus Notts in the Bob Willis Trophy at the time in 2020.
Let's look at Stoneman for Leach. Overpitched and punished around the wickets of Stoneman. Put right up there. I'll say thank you very much to that length. Whipped off his toes.
Yeah, probably the most confident shot we've seen this Middlesex innings so far. Stoneman very strong off his legs. Beautifully clipped. Timed nicely, that's raced away. It's turning into a good start for Middlesex.
What a bad time for Leach to come on, because 10 minutes before the interval as a batting pair, you'll really be thinking, right, let's get through. And just closing on that now, so we'll have an over or so before we get to that 10-minute run into the break. And after that, Robson and Stoneman will be going into very much, not a negative mindset, but survival for sure. Looking to score off him, particularly fourth seamer deployed. Interesting again that they've gone with the big man up the hill. Prox coming down the hill, skiddier bowler. Over the years it wouldn't necessarily be the obvious selection here at Merchant Taylor School, but we did see great joy for Roland Jones up the hill. Solid enough. First over from Leach, just over pitched that one ball and Stoneman punished him. Middlesex nudging that run rate up towards 2.9. They'll have a chance to bring it back down here in the 15 minutes to lunch. 40 without loss, Middlesex. Well run. A couple of applause and a shout of well run, Robbo, from the Middlesex players to our left. Middlesex players gathered out front, watching this partnership. Beer tent will do a little bit of better business in the background there today. Ice cream van as well.
Do we know that?
I didn't see it yesterday, to be honest, when I walked around.
Just last couple overs. Looks like Robson and Stoneman have just got themselves in a little bit. Got through that testing opening spell of Sanderson and Justin Broad. They've done well so far. Not long to go until lunch, just a couple of overs. Northampton will be desperate to prize one of these two out.
Hands very nearly. The edge is taken. Cry of frustration from the bowler. Robson's second time in this innings now offering an edge. There it is. And the glove from the keeper. Now, would it have carried to slip? I definitely would not have carried to slip. So the keeper's done his best, but having got a glove to it, he'll be very disappointed he didn't get a glove under it. 46 without loss. Robson survives the second edge of the innings already. He has 19. Stoneman will have strike on 27, and a little bit of time taken out of it just before lunch here with a change of gloves, change of innards for these two. Been out there for an hour now. Lunch will be taken at 10 past. Robbie White's doing the 12th man duty, bringing out the drinks and the change of innards. Moment's pause for Robson as well. He's got a boundary for his trouble.
There's fine margins, isn't it? There's 3 opportunities now that Northants could have taken. Both of these could be back in the hutch. They've beaten the bat plenty of times. There's enough movement there to keep the batters honest. But that's one clear drop and then 2 misjudgments from the keeper and slip cordon. 46 for none looks good for Middlesex. And it could look a whole lot better for Northants.
Just picked up the length early there, Stoneman, and decided that one was going. Sweeper from deep square gets around. to a couple. Again, onto the length early, Stoneman. Just a single this time as he hooks it around the corner for a single.
Approaching that milestone 50 partnership. It's a very experienced pair. Do their best to try and just make sure there's only one over left before lunch. One delivery left of this over. Northampton will be pushing for two, but I think Stoneman and Robson try and just make sure it's one.
You give Robson one life and you think he could be in trouble. You give him two, then you'd really fancy that someone of Robson's class will punish you. Interval might come at a good time for a little reset for Northampton. Should they get at him again after the interval? And they get through. 5 more minutes to be a couple more overs. Working it through. Not talking about where they're having dinner tonight. Talking about the pitch, talking about the bounce. This man would like to be talking about a wicket before lunch. Had the edge. Robson in the last over. How can he go against Stoneman at the start of this? That is the 50 partnership for Robson and Stoneman. A couple of chances offered by Robson, not taken. But it's been a steady start overall. Those two chances, really the only two moments of note. Hasn't quite been the alarm bells, the seam movement that we saw for Middlesex throughout, really. The entirety of that innings up to 113 for 7. Then came the fight back to 207 from Northamptonshire. Robson and Proctor again. Plenty of chatter in the fields. Their spirits are up. They know they need an early breakthrough here. Middlesex nearly a quarter of the way to the Northamptonshire total with this opening stand after only an hour. Oh, that's good. That's really good from Proctor. This has perhaps been the best challenge so far from Northamptonshire. Robson is being very well tested on a full length here. Middlesex quartet, all of a good height. Bamber the shortest, and he's hardly what you would describe as short in any given attack. The skiddier Proctor, though, down the hill here is causing Robson a big problem. Edge taken in the last over, and he's gone past the outside edge with the last two deliveries.
Yeah, Stoneman definitely looked the more confident.
He's a little bit fuller, Robson watchful with that clip. He likes that shot. A little later in the innings, there you go. be clipping a little bit wider of mid-on than that, but at this stage, just keep that bat face open. Make sure you're giving yourself every chance to get bat on ball. All of the bat, as much of the bat as you can show to the bowler as you can. Happily in behind that one to end the over, but an excellent over from the Northamptonshire skipper. 50 on the board for Middlesex. The partnership reached between these two. We'll have one more before lunch, and they walk off with a wicket.
Yeah, one more over for this pair to get through. It will be the first introduction of spin we've seen in this game so far. Izzy Chahal into the attack from the Lake End. Bowl this final over before lunch. Indian leg spinner. Signed as an overseas for Northamptonshire. Played a List A game against Kent. Took 5 for 14 just last week. So it was on debut for Northants, straight into action and straight into the wickets.
That's nicely flighted. There was a real bit of airtime on that, wasn't there, for Chahal there. Stoneman over the top of it, but offering it right up there to the batter. A little bit of bounce on that one. Brought the Cryer catch it, but Stoneman rides it well. Ride it for a couple. Not sure if Luke's Holman's here today, but he'll be watching with great interest. It was the injury to Higgins that's done for the Middlesex wrist spinner in this match. Let's go with 4 seamers then rather than the 3 seamers. Higgins the all-rounder, Holman the spinner. Let's lengthen the batting line-up with Eskenazi. He's looped that right up there. He likes it. He's not the tallest. Chahal means he can really toss that ball up. Flat all on that occasion allows Stoneman to rock back. They'll think 2, but it's just a single. So first look at the right-hander for the wrist spinner. Nice. Immediately onto the spot to Robson. Halfway across, halfway forward. Last ball before lunch. Just drags it down a little bit. Perhaps looking for a little bit something more with the last ball, looking for something special. Instead, it allows Robson to play square of the wicket, which he loves to do. He moves into the 20s and seals a pretty good morning session for Middlesex. 167 for 7. Northamptonshire resumed this morning. Those final 3 wickets cost 40 runs. I think to some extent Middlesex may well have taken that. They'll certainly have taken 53 without loss at the interval after a tricky 17 overs to play out before lunch on day 2. It looks a pretty good match position for them. They trail by 150. Their 2 former England openers have given them a very good start. So we'll be back with the live stream here from Merchant Taylors School in association with Dafabet after the lunch interval. In the meantime, players head off at Middlesex 57 without loss.
It's not that easy. It's been that bad a stroke. No.
Patel went to Merchant Taylors. Who did? Ravi Patel. Yeah, I spoke to his dad.
Oh, what happened to him?
Sitting next to him, they let him go, didn't they? I didn't know. I didn't know he was going to sit next to him. They let him go. Yeah, I suppose.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Umpires on their way and the match about to resume here at Merchant Taylor's School. The live stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Dapperbet, club's principal sponsor. And the county are in a pretty good position at the moment. 57 without loss after 18 overs. Their first innings, that having skiddled Northamptonshire for 207 this morning. Sam Robson with a couple of lives, though, in that hour up to lunch. One that went between second and third, and one that went between the keeper and slip. Keeper McManus got a glove to it. Couldn't hold on. Stoneman's played quite nicely for his 34, as Robson has as well. There's going to be chances, there's going to be opportunities, particularly here at MTS, which is usually a pitch that favours the seamers. Middlesex wrapping up those final 3 wickets for the addition of 40 more runs this morning. 167 for 7, Northants overnight. Roland Jones finishing with a 5 for. Skipper leading the way. But as a unit, they'll all be pretty happy with how they bowls. The run rate throughout was always up and over 3. Northants had kept Middlesex mostly down at about 2.5 for the most part, but a few runs just leaking before lunch, including that boundary last ball, as you saw at the bottom right of the screen a moment ago. Choual hit away for 4 by Robson. It's going to be over to Sanderson after lunch. He's going to be down the hill again from the Benham end. Solid from Stoneman on the front foot defending. To ponder whether they change Sanderson to the Lake end, run up the hill as Roland Jones did for 4 of his 5 wickets. A bit of width. Stoneman cuts it into the ground, I'm sure determined to be over the top of it with the extra bounce that MTS offers to the quicker bowlers. Let's get his eye in again after lunch. Looks at the toe end there. Solid starts from the Middlesex opening pair, but they'll have to start all over again now. Northamptonshire will be gunning for a breakthrough straight away after the luncheon interval. Up on his toes, over the top of it, Stoneman, a single. It's Middlesex going again after lunch. It's 35. The former Durham, Surrey and England opener. One county man, Sam Robson. 2 countries though. Australia born, England Test cricketer. Into the first over after lunch, just a single off it Sanderson finding his way back into the groove. Robson and Stoneman looking to get those feet moving again, get themselves going. Robson with those couple of lives, determined to cash in on the chances he's been given. Stoneman similarly, such a solid start, he won't want to give it away. Try and get Middlesex into a good position. They trail by under 150 now. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. It's going to be Justin Broad from the Benham end. A stream brought to you from myself, Kevin Hand, and Dom Ford.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely afternoon here at Merchant Taylors. Justin Broad. Kick us off from the Lake End after lunch. Thought he bowled really nicely this morning, did Broad. Unlucky not to pick up the wicket. A couple of drop chances, close LBW shouts, beat the bat a few times as well. This is the best batting conditions of the match so far. Robson and Stoneman did really well to get through to lunch. Both not out. It's mostly blue skies, sun beating down on this surface. Outfield will quicken up. There's going to be runs there to be had. It's a great opportunity for Stoneman and Robson, experienced pair, to bat long into this day. Just be about getting themselves reset after lunch. We've taken out a nice chunk of Northamptonshire's 207. Toby Rowland-Jones picking up a fifer, his third fifer of the season.
Wasn't quite there to go with it for Stoneman. He's just offered the bat to that one again. That bat face staying open for as long as possible. The key, just to usher angle into the onside. Broad's tested them both. He's bowled well here. He was the first who really seemed to get some noticeable seam movement. I think it's fair to say he's comfortably the tallest out of the regulars of Northamptonshire. Leach's height, I'd have to double check. But there he is on that spot. Looked as though that seamed back in again to Robson the way he played it. Just that bottom hand coming off, just trapping that bat down as quickly as he can. Number 14 for Broad off his 7, 59 with that loss after 20. And their reply, Middlesex.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the best session to bat, potentially in the whole game, with the forecast of some rain around tomorrow, a bit cloudy on Sunday. This is the opportunity for Middlesex to really try and get a good grip on this game.
Oh, wow. A beaut from Sanderson. Stoneman taps at the surface. Top of off and middle. Taken by Northamptonshire's gun. Seam bowler. Didn't quite get up, I don't think, that on Stoneman. He's halfway forward to it, but that ball's hitting halfway up the stumps. I think off that length, he's thinking that ball's going to take a little bit more bounce than it did. It goes quite low through. .36 from 62 for Stoneman, bowled by Sanderson. Middlesex 59 for 1.
30th wicket in Division 2 for Sanderson. He's been the leading spearhead of this Northamptonshire attack. He's got a much needed breakthrough for his county. I look like Stoneman maybe just played down slightly the wrong line, or he got turned around by that delivery. Just angled in, left him. It was beautifully bowled. But it brings to the crease Max Holden, back from the 100. First appearance in a Middlesex shirt for around a month or so. Straight back into the red ball action. How will he fare? Going from the bish bash bosh of the 100 back to red ball action.
Yeah, we're thinking Fernandez will drop down the order a bit, be deploying at 4, Holden back up at 3. Scorecard as we have it in front of us says Fernandez at 3, but the one we've been putting on the screen for you has him down the order. There's that use of the feet from Max Holden. I think it was the game against Leicestershire, or maybe it was the last home game, where it was an interesting compare and contrast between Holden and Stoneman, the way that Stoneman will wait patiently within the crease, let the ball very much come to him as best he can, whereas Holden will try and get forward and across, get a long way outside of that crease to counter it, particularly to bowling right arm around the wicket to him, which can draw him into something outside the off stump, especially on a pitch where there's a little bit of bounce like this one. I think Sanderson's well advised to stay around the wicket to Holden here as he's coming forward and across to him. Just try and widen that corridor of uncertainty. But it would be interesting to see what Holden's response would be if Sanderson did come right arm over. There you go, that's the ploy. Get a long way forward and across. There's a crier catch here. I'm not sure he did get any bat on that. I think the umpire's going to tap his leg. Is he? No, there was a little inside edge onto the pad. But he's looking to take LBW out of the equation and back himself that he's not going to get himself into a line where a leg stump will be exposed to Sanderson, much as he himself was exposed to Brooks this morning. Bowled around his legs. First of the 3 to fall this morning. 167 for 7 they were overnight. Only the second Northamptonshire batter to make it into the 40s. Middlesex had Stoneman. In the 35s, Robson will like to get into the 30s and well beyond as well, but he's certainly being tested out there. That one lifts, and as Robson shows, just nipping away. End of the over, single and a wicket. Stoneman done. 21 done. And this is why Middlesex are 1 down. Stoneman a long way forward to that one, but in his mind, of course, he's thinking about that bounce, and that's one that doesn't particularly bounce with this slope, and if anything, with the incline or the decline as it is from the Benham end, keeps a fraction low. You see where that ball's hitting about just over halfway, 2/3 of the way up the off stump. As we've discussed in this one, generally MBW's not in the equation because the ball more often than not is bouncing over. That's well bowled, right into the block hole from Sanderson. Sorry, from Broad. First ball, first look at Holden.
He looks sharp, doesn't he, Justin Broad? Gets the ball down at a good pace. Nearly sneaking that one through. He deserves a wicket. Does Broad. He's bowled really well this morning. That's good from Holden. Just a little step forward. Certainly likes batting against Northants. Max Holden, 211. In the reverse fixture back in April, start of the season, in that draw, runs for Holden, 196 not out for Lias Deploy and 103 for Nathan Fernandez, all three players that will be featuring.
There you go, just drawn across again. Holden Broad with that angle around the stump, trying to target the off stump. He's bringing Holden, well, Holden comes forward and across naturally, so he's trying to really cover all bases, Holden, but with that, it just makes that corridor of uncertainty a little bit wider there, outside the off stump for him. Well in position there again. A little bit fuller, a little bit straighter. Inside edge from Holden, it goes past the stumps. Down into the ground, might have even gone between his legs, that one. Appeal that it was pad first from Broad. Big Broad smile, he's certainly having some joy out there. Wicket's column not affected just yet though. So well done by Holden. Again, rotating the strike, right-handed, left-handed as it still is with the loss of Stoneman. He's got all day to bat. Holden, get himself back into first-class mode. Big month ahead. Both divisions of the county championship, but Division 2 is very much up for grabs. 61 for 1.
Yeah, he certainly started the season very well, Max Holden, coming into this game. 683 runs in Division 2. Third in the Middlesex leading run scorers. Ryan Higgins topping that list. Higgins having another wonderful year with the bat, averaging 82. He's a big miss during this game. Lias Deploy, 757 runs, and then it is Holden with 683. Averaging 52.5, Max Holden. Very positive player when he gets himself in. Likes to feel bat and ball.
A little too wide from Sanderson, but offering the hand signal to suggest there was some seam movement away from Holden there. Again, that's one thing just haven't noted as much. There you go, just tightens it up a little bit. Let's just look at this one off the surface, see if there's any noticeable movement. Quite got the angle. If he comes right arm over, we have the perfect angle to tell you, but certainly first ball of the over, he suggested it nipped away. Could have just been a solid line of length, beating the bat on that occasion, but should at least be a fraction of movement out there for the Northants attack, much as there was for Middlesex throughout the day yesterday. Nicely taken single from Holden, and again rotating that strike is crucial at the moment. Sanderson looking to get into a rhythm, get into a groove here against one or t'other. Soliday behind that to end the over. Robson. Middlesex 62 for 1.
Here we did get a quick look at spin before the lunch interval. Chahal just getting through 1 over. There was a little bit of turn there for him, so I'm sure he'll play a big part throughout this afternoon. But for now, Robson and Holden will be tested by the pace of Justin Broad, Ben Sanderson, Dominic Leach and Luke Proctor. There definitely still is movement in this surface, although it seems to have died down a little bit compared to what we had yesterday. Credit to Northants, a little bit less assistance, but they've kept that run rate below 3, 2.68 for Middlesex. You feel like it does have to be the home side. They're going to try and push for victory to get a grip on this game, put their front foot forward and get some runs on the board.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire could probably feel a little bit as though they've had rough luck of it so far. He bowled out for 56 overs, 44 of those leaden skies. You think, well, get a go at the Oppo in the same conditions, but come back this morning, they did get the addition of 40 runs in these conditions this morning. It's very much a day for batting if Middlesex can get in. It's a big if, but if they can, only trail by 145 now.
Yeah, does look more and more like it was a good toss to win from Toby Rowland-Jones yesterday. It's an important session.
Meets that one nicely, Holden. Gets a good stride in. That trigger movement that he has sets him up nicely. If the bowler does overpitch, he's well poised, well positioned to lean into it, drive away.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Beautifully timed from Holden. Just a couple of steps down the track. Didn't go too hard at it, just let the ball come onto the bat. It races away. Across this outfield for Holden's first boundary.
I'd suggest that one's moved. Angle around the wicket. Holden getting a long way across to it. He's beaten a long way outside the off stump there by that one. But his setup is very much to play the ball, to use that bat in his hand, Holden. Northamptonshire want to dangle that ball on exactly that line from Broad and hope he nicks off one of them. Pushed a little fuller, a little straighter. So to wait a little bit more patiently on that one, Holden. Easing the bat down onto the ball and it squirts away, but no run. To end the 24th, Middlesex 66 for 1.
Still a bit of breeze in the air. Umpire just chasing sun hat as it rolled away. Floppy hat.
Lovely. Great start from Sanderson. Robson checks his position, holds the line, looks at where he is. Certainly done a better job at drawing Robson forward than the off. It looked as though he was well set to get on the back foot on this on every opportunity, but Sanderson's certainly not allowing that. Proctor found his edge, Broad found his edge. Sanderson, has gone past his edge a fair bit. I don't want him sitting too happily on the front foot, but at the moment I think they'll be more keen to drag Robson forward than let him sit back. Run rate slipped down from up over 3 as it was at lunch, bringing it back down to that 2.5 now.
Robson just looked like he was a little bit scratchy this morning, finding his form. And he's ever determined batter.
Oh, now. Cry of catch. Coming back for 2, which has to be tight as well. Stump's broken, but a dive from Robson.
Yeah, quick running. It's good for getting back for 2. Looked a little bit uncomfortable for Robson.
Cry of catch went up. Here's the dive. Oh, well, I tell you what, that was tight. Little inside edge from Robson prevented any cry of the LBW appeal that was ready to go up as well. A single to end the over. 69 for 1. Bounce there for Broads.
Broad has tested Robson today. Actually going back to that one-day cup game at Radlett, Sam Robson fell for a first ball duck, and it was Justin Broad who got him out there as well, hitting the top of off stump.
That's where Robson would like the ball more often than not, when he get back and across. Punching, cutting, clipping. Lovely, just full of length. He was on the back foot to the last ball. He wasn't particularly forward to that one, Robson. That front foot didn't really go anywhere. And as soon as the ball moves, then you're in trouble. Let's watch that front foot of Robson. Well, it wasn't really forward to that ball at all.
He's beaten the bat a lot today. Justin Broad, very unlucky not to pick up a wicket so far. Testing Robson outside that off stump. It's a good passage of play this. Robson hanging on in. Moved on to 26, had a couple of opportunities, couple of lives. Very much a player that will cash in on missed opportunities.
Look for the single last ball of the over, but it's not there. Maiden for Broad. 69 for 1. That's well run. Scampered the single. Broken the run of dot balls, which is the other thing we've been talking about for Northamptonshire. Try and rack them up. Bring that run rate down. They're not taking wickets. They've got to try and keep it tight here. Middlesex were constantly attacking. Perhaps went at a slightly higher run rate. Squared up by that one, Robson. Another good over for Northamptonshire. 1 for 23, Sanderson. 70 for 1, Middlesex. That run rate sliding down. Middlesex won't be perturbed by that, though. They'll be thinking time here. Just bat and bat and bat. Trailing by 137 now. Try and get that down to double figures. If this partnership can get that down to double figures, then Middlesex will really feel in business to try and take a useful first innings lead away. Change of bowling at the Lake End. Dominic Leach on loan from Yorkshire's back on, so relatively sharp turnaround there for Broad once more. I thought he bowled well. Just wonder when they start to play with the ends, Proctor. Broad and Sanderson switch ends, see how they go. It's got to be worth a try. See Roland Jones's joy picking up 4 at the Lake End, where Leach runs in from now.
Yeah, I think they might just have a explore changing of ends. We saw it work for Toby Rowland-Jones. Started out at the Benham end, picked up 1 wicket, changed down to the Lake End and picked up a further 4. Might see Sanderson given a go from the end that Leach is currently bowling from. Rushed on to Holden, looking to pull it away. Shorter delivery. I think we'll also see prolonged spell for the spin of Chahal as well later into this session and into the evening session.
Yeah, at that point Middlesex will be worried about becoming becalmed. I don't think they will at the moment. I don't think they'll be trying to put Leach into the lake. Just settle in. By the time, as you say, the spin comes on, they'll be looking to up that run rate, which is slipping down now from, I think it was 3.17 when they walked back on after lunch. Oh, that's kept low. That's bounced on the way through to the keeper. Just have a look off the surface here. It's not a grubber. We've talked about tennis ball bounce on this pitch. You'll see that that's one, not had the climb that we've seen so far, particularly up the hill, up the slope, for a big man like Leach. But then bouncing on the way through to the keeper. We've seen that ball dip consistently through to the keeper in this match so far. That one on the bounce. There you go. Look at that one go through. Taken by the right hip of McManus. That's something I think today we've just seen a little bit more of, that the bounce now on this second day is just a little bit lower. There you go. Look at that's exactly the talk from Holden and Robson. There's just a little bit of doubt coming into the minds of the batters with regards to the bounce. It was the seam movement on day one that was causing problems for the Northamptonshire batters. Sideways movement is just starting to be a little bit of an indication. They're going to have to be wary of the bounce. 70 for 1 after 28. Here's Proctor making his return. He had Robson dropped just before lunch by McManus. Got a good glove to it, and he'll be disappointed he didn't hang on. Proctor made no secret of his disappointment when the chance went down. A beaut to start. Jaffa from the skipper. Very wide angle of approach. Wide delivery. This ball moves. Might have just been a little bit of late swing there for Proctor. Just adjusted that line before pitching. Little fuller. Full and clipped away. That'll have felt better for Robson. They've been tightening the screw since the departure of Stoneman. Robson works that one away nicely. Saw him have a go at that earlier. He just didn't go fully through with it. Watchful, but this occasion he's in, he's feeling set. That's a big scoring area for Sam Robson.
Yeah, patience playing off for Sam Robson. Been troubled outside that off stump, but straying onto the legs, beautifully clipped.
Runs that one down to deep third, and oh, a slip and a slide. He nearly let it get through. Throw rips back in, and they get back for a couple. Yes, no. They settle on no quickly enough. .76 for 1. Robson's last boundary was the last ball before lunch, so that will feel a lot nicer for him. Just the one boundary for Holden so far, and Those are the only two since the interval, since the fall of Stoneman. That's how they brought that run rate down. It just tips below 2.5, but back up now. 76 for 1 after 29. We're not going to go. Quite gone. How are we doing on the West Indies girls? Two slips in place behind Max Holden. No deep thirds. There's a gully. Point covering a mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and long leg. Only a fraction short, but holding on to it quickly and putting the pressure on the fielder. Emilio Gay out there coming around, rolling and stopping that one. They'll pick up a couple though. Holden's into double figures. Up towards the splice. Solid finish from both at the end of the over. Well met by Holden, well bowled by Leach. 78 for 1. Nice steer by Robson, but deep third back for Proctor.
They're just trailing by 128. Now Middlesex, 79 for 1. In a very good position. Really good opportunity to try and get a good lead on the board. They'll want to be in a commanding position by the end of this day. The game plan will be try and have a strong lead going into day 4, just bat once. And then put that pressure on Northants in the final day. See, weather could play a part tomorrow. But for now, it's beautiful conditions out there. Warm, blue skies. Beautiful batting conditions. Good number in the crowd as well. Start of bank holiday weekend.
Edged, put down. Oh dear, chances are stacking up now. It's the skipper who sees a chance go down again. It's Shaw on this occasion. Prithvi Shaw just rolling to his left, but really he pounched that one. Bit of bounce for Proctor. It's taken the shoulder and left knee. Just it's that dip, I think, that does for Shaw. Go again behind the bowler, please. We talked about the tennis ball bounce on this, that ball will beat the bat, just loop through, dip on the keeper so often. Off the shoulder there, it's not flying, it's not an express pace pitch, it takes a bit of bounce and takes that shoulder. But there, it's just by the end, it's down probably below his left knee at the point where he actually makes contacts with his fingers. Quick single, a bit of frustration for Northamptonshire. 80 for 1. Robson's been dropped twice. Holden once. Look at Shaw in the background, holding on to the rim of his cap. Disappointment for the visitors to Merchant Taylor School, and another lifeline for Middlesex. Trail by just 127 now.
Pleasure to be joined by the West Indies under-19 women over on a tour of the UK. They'll be facing up against the Sunrisers Academy in Teddington for a friendly on Tuesday. They've been out here enjoying a nice afternoon of cricket at Merchant Taylor's.
He's nearly through that too early, Holden. Saw a couple of chips from Sanderson, a couple of the lower order batters. Just a little bit of it yesterday. There you go. Shots down the ground you have to be careful of.
Yeah, there's chances going begging. There's a couple of drops now from Prithvi Shaw. Scoreboard could look very different if those chances were taken. Middlesex could be 3 or 4 down at this stage. It really is a fine margin. Couple of difficult chances, but that one in the last over, Phil would have been taken 8 or so times out of 10. And a life for Max Holden. Let's cash in on that.
Economical stuff from Leach. 10. On ball to come of his 5th, so he's well below the run rate of the innings. Youngster in on loan. Hitting the ground running. Another maiden. Number 10 for Leach. Middlesex dragged back to 2.5 again, 80 for 1. Little signal for something from the pavilion for Holden. Wave of the glove. Anyone watching? Anyone paying attention? Anyone there? He's got him in the end. Effectively a session into this Middlesex innings now. 32 overs bowled, so if you were to look at it in that sense, with the morning session, if you think of yesterday morning, well, Northamptonshire by this point 5 down. Six down indeed before 32 were done in the Northamptonshire innings. Quite the contrast. He said that Middlesex, when they had the 4 down, and they'd be greedy and look for a 1 more before the session was done. A session that started yesterday at 1:25 due to the loss of the morning to rain. He's in the game, Proctor. Robson's faced 86 deliveries now, but he's still being very much tested by the Northamptonshire skipper. Left searching for the ball. Well across to smother that one, a good stride in. You've got to look at that from any angle, please, mate. Maybe behind. Let's watch the foot movement of Robson. Does he get a little bit further forward and across on this one? Certainly a lot further across. And then the pressure eases. A short one, a little bit of width, and that's all Robson needs. Can bowl those all day to Sam Robson.
Yeah, he's been waiting for that. Robson, patiently, any width. Really throw his hands through it. Executed nicely. You see that, just a bit of release of pressure.
See almost that his mindset was set still on the front foot to Proctor there. It's such a key scoring area for Robson. His adaptation was so quick. And then one onto the legs. A slide, a dive, a slip and a stop. Oh, and then a fumble. Now's the back for a couple. I think the 2 would have been there anyway. The key thing was the slide and the stop from Leach, running around to long leg. Robson nears the 40s. Only 2 batters in the match so far making it to the 40. He's not there yet, Bo. Bit of bounce in that from Proctor. Good follow-up, a good end to the over from the Northamptonshire skipper. .86 for 1 it is.
Yeah, these two going all right. sticking at it well, just trailing by 121. You can see there still is enough in it for the seamers. When they get that ball in the right area, there's a bit of lift, a bit of seam movement.
Short and Holden happy to engage. Bit of a fumble again on the ropes, but no more than a single. Leach could be about to bring his own economy below 2 and over. I think that was something Middlesex reflected on yesterday. They were just a little bit disappointed by the number of runs leaked. Now, it's a leg stump half volley. That is not the way that Robson would have wanted to have fallen. He hasn't. He's into the 40s with the boundary, but it was in the air, and Chahal was having a look at it for a moment. Given the clip, and there's the dive, but through it goes. Robson reaches 43, highest score of this Middlesex innings so far. It was only Gay and Sanderson that made it into the 40s in the Northamptonshire innings. Middlesex trailing by 116 now. They're 91 for 1.
Yeah, not the tallest. Chahal would have needed someone like Emilio Gay to be able to try and get a hand on it. Robson just starting to find his flow a little bit, find the boundary. of trouble for Northants now. Just 116 ahead. Looking like a good batting wicket. Good conditions.
There's the walk again from Holden. Gets him not only a long way forward but also a long way across. The appeal was a tentative one, shall we say, from Northamptonshire. There's that wander along, hitting up above the knee roll, right arm around to the left-hander. Face from Holden. Saw that wonderful drive from Shaw meeting Bamba early yesterday morning. Down the ground it went for 4, down to the lake end. Hitting up the hill at the moment, Holden. On the first halves, but they'll settle on a single to end the over. Just the leg bias to go with it. 34 done, Middlesex 94 for 1.
Take a look around the ground. What's going on in that important game? Up at Scarborough, Yorkshire versus Sussex. Yorkshire in a strong position. Johnny Bairstow in full flow, launching one into the stands. What was that for? That's gone for 4. Bairstow in full flow into the 30s. Yorkshire just trailing by 30 now against Sussex in a game that Middlesex would ideally like not to end in a Yorkshire victory. But Yorkshire just 3 wickets down, approaching parity with Sussex. We'll keep an eye on how that progresses. Elsewhere, Derbyshire, Glamorgan. Derbyshire have taken a lead, 150 run lead, still 4 wickets remaining. They're currently 318 for 6 in response to Glamorgan's 168. And Gloucestershire 66 for none in response to Leicestershire 402 all out. All those games in Div 2 still of importance, really. The amount of draws now in 4-day cricket, a victory or 2 and the table really can start to shape up a bit differently. So no team is really out of it. Northants without a victory yet, but 7 draws from their 9 games. If they pick up a win or two, they can put themselves in contention of a promotion place as well. It's going to be an exciting end to the season over the next month or so. On the international stage, England, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka are currently 69 for 3, trailing England by 53 runs. Jamie Smith earlier reaching his maiden Test 100 in just his 4th Test match. Angelo Matthews and Dinesh Chandamal at the crease.
Again, watchful from Holden. It's the kind of line and length that a batter will look to hit through the line. Forcefully push it back down the ground. But both Robson and Holden being very, very watchful here at Merchant Taylors. Northamptonshire resumed this morning in their 45th over of their innings. They were 167 for 7 at that point. Middlesex are trying to be a little bit more methodical about their response. In 9 overs time, you couldn't quite see Middlesex anywhere near that one. 6-7, they'll certainly hope the wicket column isn't anywhere near 7 either. Again, that'll be the frustration for Northamptonshire, as much as they got to 207 this morning when Sanderson and McManus were going well. The ball was heading towards its 60th over, and at the point where you felt from a Northamptonshire point of view a batting point might have just about been in reach. 16 runs that were garnered last night in the couple of overs when they came out just before stumps, before bad light set in again and the rain. Pretty crucial to Northamptonshire now, as that entire partnership was of Sanderson and McManus. So crucial right now, from 113 for 7. Recovered to 207 all out. 40 added this morning for those 3 wickets. But Middlesex 94 for 1 after 36 is a very, very healthy position. They'll be looking to set themselves up and to some extent almost try and bat once in this game. We've talked about the climb, the lift in this surface. 1 or 2 just starting to give a little indication of keeping low today. Or as much as anything, just not bouncing as much as most other balls have. Proctor's certainly playing his part. He's probably carrying the most threat at the moment for the visitors. Skipper sliding it, skidding it past the edge of Robson's bat on a good few occasions already. Right on the spot again. Run scorer in the match. Robson going past Gay's 42 and the 40 of Sanderson as well. Penny for Stoneman's thoughts, didn't offer a chance. And then Bowles, Robson's offered a couple of chances, still there on 43. Certainly looks like a Sam Robson surface. Northamptonshire keeping it tight to him at the moment, though. Not bowling into his key areas, onto his hip. Short at all, outside off. Indeed, trying to make him force off the stumps there, which nearly led to an error, that leading edge all along the floor, fortunately for Robson. But Proctor knows he's in the game at the moment. You'll know as well if he can displace Robson. Northamptonshire could get something moving. Another one beats the bat. I know as well, they've put down 3 very good chances so far, Northamptonshire. My apologies, I said Sloman didn't offer a chance. He did, didn't he? So Shaw. Robson offering that chance between second and third, but it was the McManus put down that will really frustrate Northamptonshire. McManus himself, of course, with the gloves on. Robson's making them pay now, 44 to his name. Another good year from Robson. He had to really rebuild from being dropped by England in 2014. 2015 was a rough year. 2016 part of the title winning side. Managed to have a good couple of years in the last couple of years, but it was a little bit of a tail off for him around 2019, I think it was. 2018, maybe 2020. So he needs to pick up those runs again, but he really is something of a rock at the top of the order once more for Middlesex now, as they'd hoped he would be in his, to some extent, his real prime. I doubt he'd think his prime's past him even for one moment, Robson. All the experience he's got under his belt now, very cool customer as well. Into the 37th, he'll keep the strike. 95 for 1.
Yeah, approaching 48th first class half century. If he's to get these 6 runs, Sam Robson, can't think of too many other opening partnerships across the counties as experienced as Robson and Stoneman, both former England openers. Very high quality players. Robson's proving his worth here. Struggled early on, but he's still at the crease, which is the important thing.
Nice start from Leach. His economy's good. I think he's gone for 10 off his first 5, so he's gone for 5 off his last 2. Indeed, his last, I think, went for 4. But just on to settle that one nicely outside off stump to start, though. Leach goes that little fuller, that little straighter, and Robson nearly forcing too hard. Try and score off the stumps generally in first class cricket, but just have to be careful on a pitch that's got a little bit of bounce in it, that you're not through it too early, as he nearly was there to mid-on.
Approaching his 100th delivery as well, Sam Robson. He's occupied the crease. The sort of batter, he'll go all day. It's Jonathan Trott-like. Really gets stuck in, not easy to remove. Kev mentioned earlier when that drop chance went down, give Sam Robson one life, and he often does make you pay for it.
It's got away. Just clipping a bit of the leg on the way through. Middlesex 99 for 1. Very nearly to 3 figures. Just clip the backside of Robson. He'll actually be disappointed he hasn't managed to get the bass on that himself. Little fine glance for 4, nudging him towards his own half century, but it's felt all the way through. Even though he's offered those 2 chances, there should be chances. The ball getting a little bit of bounce. It's a good surface here at Merchant Taylors. Middlesex bowlers made the most of it. They were a little bit disappointed with their economy. Northampton should be pleased with their economy, but they'll be getting a little bit worried about that wickets column. 3 chances offered, 3 put down. Stamen bowled in the end, offering one of those chances before he departed, but the 2 Robson put downs looking very, very costly right now.
Change in field. Slip comes out, short mid-wicket comes in.
Ooh, tumble for Leach at the end of his follow-through. Stephen Finn-esque. Had a long period, Finn, where he kept on tumbling at the end of his follow-through. Just about put it right when he stepped up to England for his Test debut. It took a little while, but they got it out of him. Very rare in his latter years that you saw it, but certainly in the early years there was always a tumble from Finn. Still got 2 in place. Northamptonshire. Gully has been sacrificed. Interestingly, it was between that 2nd and 3rd slip that Robson offered the first chance. Now, mid-wicket's brought in, and nearly, for the 2nd time in the over, Robson nearly goes too hard at that into the onside. It was mid-on, nearly in play again. Straight mid-wicket maybe would have had a chance, but you cannot force too much, and certainly too straight on this surface. 99 for 1.
Yeah, that's why that mid-wicket's been put in play. Just that ball a little bit stopping in the surface to get Robson chipping towards mid-wicket, maybe a leading edge a couple of times in that over. Didn't quite go to hand. But good plans from Northants. Change in bowling at the Benham end. Justin Broad back into the attack. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers for Northants. 10 overs. Been unlucky not to get a wicket. Just gone for the 19 runs. Run rate below 2. First bowl from the Benham end. See what he can extract from the surface.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to see how he goes. Talked about Roland Jones and Finn and co down the years, running down the hill here at Merchant Taylors School. Taller bowlers. It's Broad's moment. Over pitch his first up, gets away with it. Oh, just squeezes through underneath the mid-on. Only get through for the single. Proctor will be annoyed with himself there. It's the 100 up for Middlesex, 100 for 1. In the 39th, they trail by just 107 now. Seems quite a while ago, actually, we were talking about these two potentially bringing the deficit down to double figures. They're only 7 runs away, 8 runs away from doing that.
I think Broad will prefer bowling to the right-handed Robson. Tested him from the Lake end, beat the bat numerous times. Robson playing and missing 15 times in his innings of 44. So far, he found it difficult early on this morning, but he's starting to find his groove.
Just slips out again. Gets away with it. It's coming down the hill now. It is a big change. Running up the hill to running down the hill, and he can then find himself almost putting the brakes on. Just overstretching slightly. Just adjusting to the change in trajectory. Oh, it's Robson though, he's searching for this one. Thick edge down to deep third. 101 for one.
Talked about Robson being beaten 15 times with those Justin Broads. Troubled that outside edge 5 times, getting Robson to play and miss. Just extracting that bit of extra bounce, bit of movement. He's been on the money, Justin Broad from the Lake End. Just have to have an over or so to get used to the Benham ends. Down the hill, change of approach.
Oh, now that's nice. Again, coming down the hill, if you can find an extra bit of bounce, then it really is going to unsettle the batters. Wasn't too much extra bounce on that one, to be fair. It was just a good line and length around the wicket. .101 for one it is after 39.
Here we go. As expected, Chahal back into the attack. I think he'll occupy the Lake End for a while now. Potentially for the rest of this session. Just bowled the 1 over. Last over before lunch. They need their international star to get the breakthrough here at Merchant Taylors. Never played a test match for India as Chahal, but 80 T20 internationals, 72 one-day internationals, very experienced campaigner. 96 first-class wickets for the leggy.
Lands the first one nicely again. Perfect length, good line. Any variations? Can he mix up the pace? Oh, again. Very happy to take the pace off from ball 1, Chahal. It's a fraction short on that one, so Robson was in position very early to play. Go again, better one. It's a fraction full on that. This will be really interesting for the run rate now. Holden's a good player of spin at the other end, so Robson just needs to keep his mind here, mind his work. And behind that one. Maiden for his return, number 7. Off his 2 now for Chahal. His last ball His first over was the last ball before lunch. Robson hit for 4. He's on 45. Holden will have strike on 4D. Middlesex 101 for 1.
Yeah, I think Max Holden again likes playing spin. Might look to take Chahal on, knock him out of the attack, make sure those Northampton seamers have to keep charging in. Wear those legs down. Really strong position now, Middlesex 101 for 1, trailing just by 106. Holden just giving himself plenty of time to get in. He's faced 68 deliveries for his 14. Once he gets going, he can make up that strike rate very quickly.
All will get through. Scramble to stop the ball at backward points. Gets away with that one broad, but you can see the mindset for Robson is survival at the moment still. Bat long, bat time. Get some more overs into the legs of the bowlers. Take some more life out of this ball as well. Single turn the over, Robson will keep the strike, 103 for 1. Maiden last up for Chahal to Robson. Handing them really nicely here, Chahal. There's nothing being given away. It's a little bit too much flight on that one, though. And Robson, goodness me, what a stroke. What a way to bring up your 50 against Chahal as well. 8 dot balls for Chahal. And then Sam Robson strokes away. His 7th 4 and 118 deliveries. It's been an excellent 50 for Robson. He's had to ride his luck a little bit at the start. Again, a surface that always leans towards the bowlers here at Merchant Taylors, so you have to ride your luck a little. It's been an outstanding knock to set the foundation for this innings. A couple of balls to look at Max Holden before the over's out, but equally for Holden, a couple of balls to look at Chahal. 15 from 69. Heading towards one of the highest number of balls faced in the match so far by a batter. Robson comfortably clear. Gay had faced into the 70s. Stoneman was heading towards the 70s. Shouldn't be too concerned about his strike rate at this stage, Oldham. Well, uses the aerial route there to some extent. There is a mid-wicket in place, just chipped it away into the onside, playing with the spin. Chahal has his hands on his head. Could be an interesting matchup, this, Chahal and Oldham. Single keeps the strike for Holden, though. 109 for 1. Let's have a look at the Robson 50.
Yeah, beautiful way to reach milestone. 48th first class half century for Sam Robson. We spoke all about his experience. 4th time he's passed 50 this summer to go along with 2 centuries. He's been in good form in the red ball. This is just part of the job. You'll want to make this as big as possible, double it up, put his team into a commanding position.
Just a single for Holden. He's a track it's difficult to force upon. Move to the 50 partnership now, these two. 135 deliveries. Come up in that last over from Chahal. And they have indeed brought the deficit down to double figures as well, just before going to the 50 partnership. Holden 17 from 75, Robson 28 from 61. That's why Holden shouldn't be worried about his strike rate at all. Robson's still going at a strike rate below 50 in this partnership, and he's well set. Trying to set him up for the long haul. Sam Robson set himself up. Disappointed he's missed out on that one at the end of the over. 110 for 1.
Lovely partnership from this pair. Just taking their time. Credit to Northants as well, just keeping that run rate down, but not in any particular rush just yet. I think they would have an eye potentially on the weather around tomorrow. It's likely there's going to be more time lost in this game. Middlesex are going to be pushing for a win. They're going to need to try and get themselves into a lead of something around 100 by the end of play today. Give them a good opportunity to bat once, bat long, and then put that pressure on Northants on the final day. But for now, they're going really well, this pair. 110 for 1. It's been an interesting matchup.
Now this pairing now, Chahal to Holden. We saw that little chip at the end of the last over for a single. Holden loves the reverse sweep against spinners. Don't think he'll bring it out just yet against the leg spinner. Get in with the reverse against the spin. Orthodox sweep perhaps being the better option. But at the moment it feels like Chahal's reading the pitch really well. Lots and lots of flight, but it's a hard pitch to hit down the ground on. Good use of the feet though from Holden. The last one was nearly a full bunger, that one was. Turned into it with a little advance from Holden. Gets him into the 20s.
Yeah, great use of the feet from Holden. He's done well there as well. At the point of impact, gives himself a good steady base. Didn't try to go too hard at it, just timed it, placed it down the hill. It's a good comeback from Chahal. Just dragging that length back slightly. Outside edge from Holden. 5 from the over. Holden keeps a strike, 115 for 1. It must be hard as well, you know, someone like Max Holden, been away at the 100, featured in 8 games for the Originals. High score of 40, a score of 38. End of July all the way through August was playing in the 100 competition, so to then come back in to red ball action, making that mental switch back to 4-day cricket, more patience. He's doing well. He's been out there 81 deliveries now.
There you go. Bounce is back in play. Looked in this innings as though the bounce has settled down a little bit more, but that one's really climbed down the hill as well. Actually, not too much sign of a tennis ball bounce about that one. It's hit the gloves pretty hard. fingertip take some of the pace off it. Has it taken enough? It's a long run. Been all run 3 for Max Holden as Keogh's the fielder. He's forced to pick himself up and run for that one. From that wide, mid-on, nearly mid-wicket position. 7-2 field. Now Broad coming over the wickets. They will switch to a 6-3. In fact, it'll be a 5-4. They'll have a mid-on in place as well. Thought Holden had kept the strike. It's the right-hander on strike, Robson. I was thinking they'd taken 2, but indeed coming over the wicket because it's the right-handed Robson. Just about inside the lines. 118 for 1. We've got just over 20 minutes until tea. There were 68 overs remaining to be bowled when they came back out after the lunch interval, which was taken at 1:10 So they've got through 23 of those. Probably have another 4 down in that, so 40 to 41 overs to bowl after tea. Light permitting, of course, but at the moment it's all looking pretty bright and cheerful out there. This man will look an awful lot more bright and cheerful if he can add to his wicket haul. Only wickets go so far, picking up Stoneman. Good economy for him as well, 2.3. All played their part on that front, with 2.6 being the innings economy. But this is approaching a crucial time now. Can they get the breakthrough before tea? But equally, just after tea, they'll have one more bite at these 2. But that ball, as it starts to get towards the 60th over, Middlesex will really be thinking about cashing in. Remember, Northamptonshire were in their 45th over when they resumed this morning on 167 for 7. Now, right arm over, that's pretty full, pretty straight, but nothing doing. Must have just pitched outside the line of leg, did it? Height, a problem as well, if anything. Clipping the top of leg. It looks so there's a bit of shape on that, though, for Sanderson, coming up the hill from the Benham end. That's better. Angles it across Holden. So yeah, Sanderson is probably at the best hitting the top of leg, that LBW appeal. Changing the slip cordon as well. Shaw's gone to slip.
took the only wicket to fall so far. Sanderson, beautiful delivery to get rid of Mark Stoneman.
A bit of bounce again. It's unsettling holds, and we were looking at how interesting it would be if Holden were to face right arm over from Sanderson. There's that advance. See the back foot going a long way across. The front foot doesn't go across as far with the little walk that he has. If the bowling's around the wicket, that front foot comes across a lot more. Just keeps himself a little bit open, doesn't close off that right shoulder by bringing the front pad as far across as he does if the bowling's around the wicket. He's got a better line of sight with the ball coming through. Good over from Sanderson, a maiden on his return, 1 for 23. Middlesex half an eye on tea, which is 17 minutes away. They're 118 for 1.
Change of ends for the leg spinner. Charles going to have a go from the Benham. Just the 4 overs from the Lake end so far. He's coming down the hill now. Best leg spinner in the game. Struggles coming down the hill.
Even the spinners struggle with their run-up coming down the hill. Be interesting to see how the flight goes coming down the hill for him. He's given it a lot of flight up the hill. There we go, nearly a full bunger first up. Finds the angle for the run, Robson. Back to Chahal against Holden. Very open stance for Holden to Chahal. Slipping a short leg for Holden. Shortish mid-wicket, not far away. And gone. 119 for 2. Holden's gone for 25. He'll be disappointed. 93 deliveries. And it's the spinner that's got him. He's a strong player of spin, Max Holden. That ball beats the inside edge, wraps on the pad from the leg spinner. Umpire doesn't take too long at all to decide that that's done more than enough. 119 for 2. Holden really was doing so much of the hard work. He batted for so long. Might be a change of tack with the entry of this man though. Lias Deploy skips out to the middle. He's a positive batter. scores at a good rate. You often see him using his feet early. He's got one ball to face of Chahal's over. And with tea approaching, Northamptonshire will be saying, come on, turn 2 into 3. May even be thinking about 4 if they could get one more very, very quickly.
That was a slow walk off for Max Holden. He's disappointed. Did a lot of that hard work. Occupied the crease for a long time. Built that partnership with Robson. He would have really had an eye on tee. 60 runs, that partnership. How long? 160 balls. 160 deliveries in that partnership. 107 minutes, so he was out there for a while. You see Holden is a very positive player, so when he's just sort of reining himself in, really looking to just dig in, get through to tee, I think we would have seen him open up a bit in the evening session, but it's nicely bowled from Chahal. The change of end works. Coming down the hill. It's taken him a couple of deliveries to get used to that change of run-up. Success for Northants. It's Leas Deploy's turn.
Stride from Deploy to block out the last ball of the over. Again, he has a positive approach from the off, usually Deploy, but T so close now, just over 11 minutes away. Middlesex losing Holden. This is why Deploy's out there. Feeding the inside edge, wrapping halfway up that front pad. All of the angles are there for the leg spinner to the left-hander. Just sliding on perhaps a little bit. Keeping it a little lower perhaps. And Holden was looking to play it halfway up the knee. Over to Sanderson, what can he do? Chahal and Sanderson, a wicket apiece so far.
Yeah, it's a definite turn there for Chahal as well, which will encourage the leg spinner even further. It will also encourage Middlesex, a couple of spinners in their attack. One of the men at the crease, Leas Deploy, Nathan Fernandez, and even Sam Robson. So there could be spin included in day 4 as well. But for now, this could be the partnership, Chahal and Sanderson.
Edged. Does it carry? No, just short. Vasconcelos rolling to his right. Robson edging. Oh, wow. Well, I'll tell you what, fair play to Vasconcelos. Punched more determinedly by Robson. Here's the edge. Third edge from Robson, offering a near chance on this occasion, it would seem. Has he put it down? Should he have got the fingers underneath it? It's a tough call to say. Quick shake of the head from Vasconcelos as he picks himself up. Have another look from front on again. Two things to watch for. One, when Vasconcelos picks himself up, there's a very quick shake of the head, but two, slow it down off the bat, straight into the ground. Well, shake of the head may well be to say that he dropped it. You just watch now. No. He's dropped it into the ground and picked it up maybe actually on that look. Best guess is he's parried it into the ground and caught it at the second attempt, and that's why he's quickly shaking his head, knowing that the ball's bounced down and up again rather than down and into the hands. I think it did look as though the trajectory of it carried, which if it did, that's a fourth. If it did carry, that's a fourth put down in this innings by Northamptonshire.
Yeah, another life for Sam Robson. Third opportunity has gone down. It looked close. Fair play to Vasconcelos as well for an immediate shake of the head.
Another look at that. Edge from Robson is what we can call it at this point. Have a look back in a few moments. Chahal to deploy. Goodness me, that would have been a huge wicket, wouldn't it? Just before tea to have removed Holden and Robson. And indeed Stoneman in the session. Now, we said he likes to be aggressive from the off deploy. That trickles away fine for the bottom edge. More hands on heads. Partnership so crucial. 3 of them in the Northamptonshire innings, 31 for the first wicket. Shaw and Gay. Gay and Keogh, 31. As well was put on then that 50 stand. Between Sanderson and McManus. 250 stands already for Middlesex. But that's not to say that wickets won't tumble quickly if they can get something going. Merchant Taylor School is renowned for being a bowler's track. What threat can Chahal offer as well? If it seems, it'll spin. Hasn't been anywhere near as much seam movement today, though, as there was on day one. Gus Fraser in the background, hosting Middlesex in the community tent over there today for volunteer umpires and ground staff, I believe, as well. End of the over, 120 for 2. So back to Sanderson. He'll be up against deployed. This was the Robson edge. Yeah, it's just not quite carried. I mean, really fair play to Vasconcelos. That was so tight that he could have said, I don't know. He said he did know. He didn't think that it carried. Great honesty from the Northamptonshire second slip. 120 for 2. Well done on that replay, Danny. Well done on the replay. That's nice. New batter, new passage of play. Sanderson again. Look, there's not really particularly much seam movement there. There's not much bounce either. It's just good line and length bowling, challenging that off stump, challenging the outside edge.
Pressure on. Here's to Ploy. Another one that's come back from the 100. Mainstay in the Southern Brave side. Mixed campaign for Deploy. Nice score of 39. How's he going to switch back to red ball action? He's off the mark there with a quick... excuse me, he was off the mark previously. It's down the other end with a quick single. 3 minutes to go until tea. You'd expect there'll be one more over of Chahal. They can get through these final 3 deliveries.
A bit of a gimme there from Sanderson, Robson. Clipping square off his legs. He hasn't been given too many of those. They've been pretty disciplined today. Northamptonshire, that one's just slipped out. Robson makes no mistake. Trailed by 82 now, Middlesex. I think they probably were a bit disappointed they let Northamptonshire get to 207. Even at 167 for 7, they were thinking they've let them get away a bit. What a difference a day can make. The weather can make a big difference as well. Blue skies up above us for the most part today. A little bit more hazy cloud. Still got 40 overs to go. Tea imminent. Might squeeze one more from Chahal. I think it could be tea after this delivery though. Edged. Oh, now all eyes on the umpire. That was edge, wasn't it? They'd have been peeling LBW if it wasn't. Wow. When it's not your day, it's not your day. Shaw has moved from second slip to slip, and look at this. Goodness me. Well, that's a 4th life for Robson. When your luck's in, your luck's in. 57 the Middlesex opener moves to, 126 for 2. Northamptonshire, well, they will walk off at tea knowing that at the moment they are dropping the match. Middlesex trail by just 81.
That's another poor drop. Pretty sure it's really costing his team here. Sam Robson, it certainly looks like it is his day. Luck is on his side. 3 drops now. And the Indian batter looks like he may have just damaged his finger. Looks like Shaw may have just hurt his finger with that drop catch. New substitute fielder has come on. Looks like maybe just clipped the end of the fingertips. Rub salt into the wound.
Well, that really would be a double blow, wouldn't it, if the finger was to be injured as well. There's Chahal. Ticked to 4:01, but because everybody was in position for the start of the over, I think that's why the umpires have allowed it to tick on. Full bunger, very nearly. Robson was wary of yorking himself and overbalancing in doing so as well. That one away for the single. Over to Deploy, It's a sweep. Chahal got a bottom edge to get off the mark in his last over. Surely with T imminent. Put all the shots away right now. If he hangs around for any period of time, Middlesex will score at a fair rate.
Robson will be happy to be up there other end. How different this scoreboard could have looked if those chances had been taken.
Sweeps on this occasion. There's a Cryer catch, but it's well short of the deep square. Made a good contact with it deployed. Didn't go too hard at it. Otherwise, it may well have sailed down the throat with the fielder in the deep. Good follow-up to the Salinger Classic, that. Catcher in the rye. You can't say you're too young for a literary classic. Too young, honestly. 51 bowls, that is T on day 2 at Merchant Taylors' School. 128 for 2, Daffabet. Bringing you the stream here in association with Middlesex from Northwood. And it's been another good session for Middlesex. They've been on top in this match, mostly from the off. 167 for 7, they reduced Northamptonshire to. In fact, they did indeed reduce them to 113 for 7. So again, they'll be a little bit disappointed. They let Northampton away a little bit from 7 down through to their total. But Middlesex, 128 for 2 is a very, very good start in their response. Robson on 58, put down on 3 occasions. 4 indeed. Absolutely extraordinary. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes here at Northwood's. Middlesex at T, trail by 29. They're 128 for 2. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylor School Northwards. Live stream from Middlesex in association with the principal sponsor of the county, Daffabet. Sam Robson, 58 to his name, and Leas Deploy, 3. Solid start from the opening pair, Robson and Stoneman, a 50-run stand for the opening wicket. Getting Middlesex on their way to this 207 of Northamptonshire, but they've been given a helping hand. Sam Robson's been put down a few times. They now trail by 79 runs. 8 wickets standing, one of those being the dangerous Leas Deploy back in Middlesex colours. He's been away at the hundreds, they haven't seen him since the blasts. Big few weeks coming up here at the end of the season. .128 for 2 it is. Here's Sanderson to deploy to get things going again. And Deploy gets it going with a single. Good fielding at mid-off. Preventing that one getting away down the slope, down towards the lake end. .129 for 2.
Let's see what approach Middlesex take in this evening session. I think it'll be Sanderson and the rest of the pace quartet in rotation. Chahal picked up that wicket of Max Holden not long before the tea interval from the Benham end. I think Captain Proctor will just rotate those seamers.
Oh, now Robson's in trouble, and Robson's gone. Sanderson takes the field out of the equation. He's trapped LBW. Did it keep a fraction low? Might have just come back in. He was certainly trapped in the crease, Robson. A wicket immediately after tea, and it's a big one as well. It's come back off the seam a little bit. It's hit him on that back pad. It's certainly cut him in two, hasn't it? And Robson probably hitting top of middle that. He said that LBWs weren't so much in the equation. There's been a few big appeals in this innings, hasn't there? On this occasion, after 146 deliveries, they finally got rid of Robson. A lot of defiance from the opener. Middlesex are going to need a little bit more now from Eskenazi and Deploy. 8 deliveries faced by Deploy. Eskenazi hopping out to the middle, kicking up his heels. Return to first-class cricket for him from the 100 as well. So the 200 boys are back in town for Middlesex, and out in the middle with the score 129 for 3. Still trail by 78. Middlesex just need a little bit of a rebuild. This is Northamptonshire's chance, where they were reduced to 113 for 7 and recovered. Middlesex have started well, but it's not to say that Northamptonshire can't get that ball to sing a little now. Certainly some movement there for Sanderson on that. Oh no, there's a big 8 or 9 overs coming up here before that ball reaches the 60th and just starts to really soften through to the 80th. Got Chahal at one end, who'll be a real danger on that front though. For 40 minutes to an hour or so now, Northamptonshire will really want to be on the attack again with 2 new batters at the crease. A run rate of only 2.5, so Middlesex haven't gone too far too quickly here. Oh, in trouble. Big trouble on this one. He's on a hat-trick. Eskenazi doesn't like the look of it. Doesn't like the look of it at all. We haven't got the perfect angle. We're looking side on and only the same view as the camera. Forward and across. Inside edge beat, and it's wrapped on the pad, and Eskenazi is sent back by umpire Pratt. Got a big stride in, got a long way down. I wonder did Eskenazi feel that he was outside the line there. Look at the movement at that front foot. We'll have a little look. So Eskenazi departs, the first ball up, Middlesex. 129 for 4. Sanderson's on a hat-trick here at Merchant Taylor School in Northwood. Middlesex do not have their regular number 5 and 6 in play at the moment. There's Nathan Fernandez, who scored a century on his first-class debut when playing for Middlesex at Northamptonshire, the first player in the history of Middlesex County Cricket Club to do that, to walk out to the middle on first-class debut playing for Middlesex. Score a century. Good memories of Wantage Road. He's got to survive a hat-trick ball now against the wicket-taking machine Sanderson. 3 for 30. 13.4 overs he's had, but he's coming to life now. That RPO has been crucial for Northamptonshire here. It's kept Middlesex in check despite Robson's defiance. The solid start from Stoneman as well. Holden's long innings. But it's Sanderson now to Fernandez. Let's check the field. They've got 2 in at the moment. They're going to bring a 3rd in. Be surprised if they don't bring in a 4th. Long legs back. I'm not sure I'd have him back right now either. They're discussing it. His long leg being brought up. They're pointing in that direction. Surely going to send in another slip. Sanderson then switched like Roland Jones to the lake end, and then the wickets start to come. And it is going to be Emilio Gay who's going to come in. Or is he? He takes the helmet. He's going to go to short leg indeed, which is perhaps a bluff to suggest don't get too far forward here to the left-hander, Fernandez. So there we go, 4 slips and a short leg. It's Sanderson on a hat-trick to Fernandez. It's full, it's straight, and he gets in behind it. 129 for 4, and how a game can change in a couple of deliveries, a split second. 1 ball to come with the 52nd. Middlesex still 78 behind. Still 38 overs to go today. We said this was going to be a big little passage of play now before, just after the tea interval. Onto the legs, and that'll be a leg bye. And indeed, it'll be 4 of them to end the over. So, 129 for 4 it is. Robson removes with an LBW. So too Eskenazi. Let's have a look back. The 2 in 2 for Sanderson that really now is going to have injected some real life into this innings for Northamptonshire, who've shelled so many to this point. Finally got Middlesex into a position where they can think about getting on top and building some pressure now, which they haven't really been able to after an excellent opening stand by Stoneman and Robson. But this was the end of Robson, wrapping on the back pads, not far forward at all. And then Eskenazi had a big stride across, hit on that knee roll there. I think he was hit on the move, Eskenazi. That front pad went forward again after he was struck. And now Chahal becomes a very different equation for Middlesex. You can imagine he'll be well on the attack. 133 for 4. Little use of the feet from deploy turns it into a full bunger and a single. To some extent, you almost wonder whether they'd have been tempted to go broad right now. Go on the attack, Chahal. You could almost imagine from the next change then would bowl through the remainder of the innings to some extent. Two lefties. Young Fernandez. Cry catch. Fernandez just has to be a little bit careful, get the pace of this one. I think Deploy might just be about to say that to him as he taps away at the surface. This is pressure now, this is tense. Middlesex really grabbed a few in quick succession around tea yesterday. Northamptonshire trying to bring themselves back into this after tea on day 2. They've got a chance here. 134 for 4. Giving it a bit too much flight at the moment, and that'll feel good for Fernandez. It'll feel good for Middlesex. Feel even better now as it pops over the rope. End of the over. Fernandez off the mark with a boundary. Middlesex 138 for 4.
Wow, what an eventful start to this evening session. It's going to be a long session. There's going to be plenty of overs to play. And that start from Ben Sanderson has just lit this game up. Really phenomenal bowling. Northants bowlers a bit unlucky throughout this day so far. They've seen plenty of chances go down. 4 drops. Lots of deliveries passing the outside edge of the bat. They get their reward in the first over after tea. Big wicket of Robson and Eskenazi.
Absolutely massive wicket now. Leas Deploy for this innings. Middlesex's main man with the bat nowadays. And then number 4. It's been pretty well protected, that's what you would say. The run rate's only 2.6, but 53 overs, 54 overs old now. This ball is well into its lifespan. And Northamptonshire would crave a newer ball right now to try and go at the Middlesex middle order. One run single. It's a good man to be batting with at the other end for Fernandez. Deploy just missed out on a double century in that match at Wantage Road. Tonight on the final day, Max Holden going big in a massive partnership for the pair of them. Middlesex are hoping to get out on the final day, blast a few more runs and put some third innings pressure on Northamptonshire. I'm sure that's probably what they had in mind a couple of wickets ago. But 2 and 2 for Sanderson's just put a different feel on this passage of play and indeed the match now. But this is a crucial moment for Northamptonshire. It is their opportunity to limit this first innings.
Yeah, I'll just be a little bit of rebuilding now. Leas Deploy, Nathan Fernandez. I think this is the right bowling partnership from Northants. The spearhead, Ben Sanderson, getting reward from the Lake End. The quality leg spin of Chahal from the Benham.
He's on the mark at the moment, Sanderson. They just found the right end for him a little bit too late. You never say never.
Good test for Nathan Fernandez. 8th first-class match for the 20-year-old. Good score, high score of 83 against Northamptonshire at Radlett in the one-day cup. Backed up by that 100. Backing up that 100 Kev mentioned at Northants earlier in the season.
That's a nice shot. That's one of the shots of the day. One of the shots of the match, I'd suggest, from Fernandez. We saw that wonderful drive from Shaw for the new ball against Bamba. And this one here, no off stump. No mid off in place. End of the over, 145 for 4. Positive in these singles against Chahal at the moment.
This game will start to move at a bit of a pace. Elias deploy at the crease. It's a good opportunity for Chahal really to get into his work. He's already picked up that 1 wicket. One from the over. Chahal's through 9. Middlesex 146 for 4. Deploy Fernandez at the crease. You're going to have a bit of work to do, this pair now. Still trailing by 61. When you're only 1 or 2 wickets down, it's a really good position, but 4 wickets down on a pitch that is offering something for the bowlers. Wickets can come quickly against a strong bowling lineup as well. They'll have their work cut out, these two.
No. Fernandez has to get back, and he does. Backed up the throw as well. on hand from deploying that in the end, it felt. We saw a little bit of that from Robson when he got tucked up on a couple of occasions. Leg side. Glanced fine by Deploy. He's into double figures. Middlesex have a 150 on the board. 150 for 4. Does feel nice to reach another little milestone, just get the scoreboard ticking again. Partnership's already worth 21 between these two. Renowned for scoring quickly. 17 balls faced now, 12 runs to his name. He hasn't shown any real sign of aggression. There was a sweep against Chahal to get off the mark. It was a bottom edge that went fine for a single. But in this day and age, that wouldn't be wholly regarded as aggressive. Running the singles really well at the moment, these two. Just ticking it over. Certainly been noted there's not as much seam movement. Doesn't seem to be quite as much bounce either today for the Northamptonshire attack as there was for Middlesex. But crucially though, would we be saying any of that if Northamptonshire held their chances? So many.
Pressure situation this for Nathan Fernandez. It does seem like a player that enjoys the challenge. That 83 scored in the one-day cup at Radlett against Northants was in a real pressure situation. Middlesex under the pump. He took a while to get into his innings, but once he got going, really opened his arms. Bats with a lot of flair. He put his team into a winning position.
Risty again from Deploy, which has been the way he's played Chahal so far. A lot of flight on that again, and goodness me, what an economy of effort that was from Leas Deploy. Just an opening of the face, meeting the ball with the middle of the bat. Look at that. Almost Paul Sterling-esque the way he's checked that square of the wicket. Banking on either Sterlo or his dad Brian being tuned in at this point. Wishing them both well if they are. Chip the cry wristily over the top of it. Fernandez, much like Deploy, looking to smother any spin.
5 from the over. Middlesex trail by 51. Elias Deploy already into his work. 18 from 21 deliveries. Positive player. Regularly rotates the strike. Puts away the bad ball. In style as well, we saw with that boundary. In that Chahal over, beautiful check drive. It's all about timing and class. Elias Deploy. Second leading run scorer for Middlesex in Division 2 this season, behind Ryan Higgins. 757 runs before the start of this game.
Back around the wicket now for Sanderson. It's nicely stroked away. Might just make it, or it might be an all-run 3. I think I've given a mention to the great Norman de Mesquita yet this season just yet. Veteran BBC broadcaster of many moons ago through BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 2, following Middlesex around, broadcast the 1979 World Cup with TMS. Always his favourite, that. The all-run 3. Once come of the over, Middlesex now beyond the number of overs that Northamptonshire faced themselves. They're 207 all out. They were 167 for 7. When they resumed this morning, they were 113 for 7 at one point. Oh, Middlesex for nearly 159 for 5. Fernandez drawn into that outside of the off stump, but he survives. End of the 58th, 159 for 4.
Look at Scarborough, Yorkshire, currently lead by 55, 4 wickets remaining. Johnny Bairstow, 57. Will Luxton, 59. Yorkshire in a good position. There they'll look for another. They can get upwards of a lead of about 100. They'll feel like they're in a strong place going into day 3, day 4. A win for Yorkshire there would be absolutely huge.
There's the reverse. Reverse for 4. Deploy rattles along to 25 from 25 faced. Kind of innings we haven't just seen yet in the Middlesex innings. Hit hard, nobody back there, a bit of a percentage shot to some extent from Deploy, just determined to make contact and hit it powerfully. Oh, goodness me. That's how close this game is at the moment. Round the wicket now, Chahal to the left-handed Deploy, which takes LBW out of the equation a little. Makes Deploy feel confident almost to feel with that closed face, but a leading edge nearly bringing his downfall. Go again, backs right up onto the stumps. Not concerned by the LBW with the leg spinner around the wickets, the left-hander. Instead goes to the reverse again. The point fielder's gone a little bit finer now to a deep backward point, not quite a deep third. Gives a chance of cutting that one off. 5 off the over. Going at over 3's Chahal. But he is carrying a fair threat. 164 for 4, 59 done. Wicket, wrapping on a bit of protective gear somewhere. I think it was up above the knee roll. Can they squeeze Middlesex at this stage with 4 down? Deploy's going really nicely at 26 off 32, but that run rate's still only 2.7. Tight at the moment. Deploy prods away.
Dan, opposite us right now, that red van and that coffin van, right between the Brains Trust driver and chap, John Omertz and Rory.
Oh yeah, directly opposite. Right behind mid wicket.
Yeah. So if they're in the over, holding them, I think they're about to walk. It's directly opposite square on camera.
Good over from Sanderson. Maiden, his 18th, 3 for 45. Rains deploy back a little. 164 for 4. 60 bowls in this Middlesex innings. Ethan Bamber, Mark Stoneman, Max Holden.
Yeah, if you go the other side of that stand now, then you'll see the rest.
Little viewing position at deep backward point. A little stroll around the ground.
Yeah, they stopped under the big red tree.
Real opportunity here for Fernandez to nail down his place for the month ahead. Competition from Holman and Higgins when he returns to fitness.
Go into the over.
Josh DeCary's looking to force his way back in as well. Big step across there from Deploy. Almost tucked himself up with the move across the stumps, all angling back into him. No run, just the single off the over. 165 for 4.
Trailing by just 42. Now Middlesex deploying Fernandez. Approaching the 40 with their partnership already. They've gone at a good pace. A couple of lovely shots from Fernandez. Deploy as creative and positive as ever. Change of bowling. First change of bowling in this evening session. Captain Luke Proctor bowled very well. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket himself. 9 overs, none for 29. Of his first bowl from the Lake End. This game very much on a knife edge now. These two can build a partnership, take Middlesex into a lead. There's still plenty of batting to come. Jack Davies, Toby Rowland-Jones, two very capable batters. And Helm, Brooks and Bamber can also hold the bat. But you remove Deploy. And Fernandez, a couple of wickets now, and Northants will feel that they can go into that third innings at around parity, maybe just give away a slight lead, but if Deploy stays in and goes big, but Middlesex in a very commanding position.
Let's deploy. Dispatching. Hits the ball so incredibly hard. Look at this, not a huge backlift, not a huge follow through at all. All timing. All in the hands from Deploy.
It's one of the shots of the day. Beautiful. Rhythmical stroke from Deploy. Beautiful timing. Race to the boundary. Great placement.
And a good leave to finish. 5 off the over. 170 for 4.
Yeah, there's not many better in the game, in the county circuit, than Lewis Deploy when he's in full flow, in good form. His highest score this season is that 196 not out against Northants. He's also had a 131, averaging just over 58. He's the left-hander. It was a big signing for Middlesex when they managed to secure the signature, and he's living up to his reputation. Another player that will play a big part in Middlesex's push back into Division 1.
Chahal set to play a very big role in this passage of play. Northamptonshire really want to help him put the squeeze down on help tighten this up, keep that run rate around. .5, just above as it's risen now. With a bounce there for Chahal, away down the leg side it goes. Leg by is just coming off the hip of Chahal, but it was the bounce that'll certainly interest the spinner. Really good from Fernandez, wide mid-off. Ball actually is going to stop. How have they run it? 3. Middlesex trail by just 30 now. Full bunger, reversed by deploy. I think he might have seen him going for it early. Chahal, and tossed it up even more. End of the 63rd, 17 to a second new ball, so they could have 10 overs of it tonight. At the moment, Middlesex will be thinking about creeping up above that 207 mark and seeing what lead can be built in an hour's time. If they're still going, of course. I'd hope to have something of a lead on the board. Certainly if deploy remains, they'd fancy that run rate will be up around 3. But they've all been tight and economical. For Northampton, Chahal actually. First run of the over just gives Proctor a look at Fernandez now.
And that is the 50 partnership between this pair as well. It's come very quickly, very well. 72 deliveries, 44 minutes. Credit to Fernandez as well. Coming in on that hat-trick ball, that chaos. First over after tea, 2 wickets in 2 balls from Sanderson. Robson and Eskenazi departing. This pair have just regained control for Middlesex, and now that trail by is just 28. Middlesex back on top in this close game. Approaching 5:15 in this evening session. Still 26 overs to play. Weather and light permitting.
Bounce that to end the over for Proctor. 179 for 4. Way outside. Deploy's tactic is quite clear here against Chahal. Looking to completely take LBW out of the equation. It's unlikely around the wicket from the wrist spinner to the left-hander anyway, barring a pretty gripping googly. Same again. It's that one away. Fielder's moving ever finer. Deploy can't get it fine off the fields. But we'll take the single. It's really done well to get that away. So much loop on it, Chahal. He's happy to float it up. Almost asked the batters to drive over the top of it. He's given it an enormous amount of flight all day. He's really ripping that one as well by the looks of it. But Fernandez has got a couple away down the ground now. She's probably one more than any other batter in the match, thinking about it. Get that one through. Dot ball to end the over, 184 for 4.
Yeah, these two have played Chahal very well, aware that he is, along with Sanderson, the main threat, the main spin threat in this lineup. International quality. Yuzi Chahal picked up that wicket of Holden, and say Robson and Holden maybe just let Chahal settle, whereas Deploy and Fernandez, they've been clear, they've looked to be positive. Currently going in around just shy of 4 runs and over. Chahal, so clear intent from this Middlesex pair not to let him settle. Don't just let him get into his groove. A bowler of that quality will eventually get you out, bowl you a good ball. If you can stay on top, get him out, back out of the attack, get those seamers back in, wear them into the ground.
Side edge. Seen a number of those in this game. One of them costly onto middle stump. And that was Chahal at the end of the innings. Shape on that. Maybe swing once passing the batter.
Got it from the other angle, please, mate.
Didn't particularly get up either, so McManus was tested. Look at that, there we go. Actually seam rather than swing. Now that one's gone the other way. Saw the one seam back in. Not a lot, just enough. As much as anything, it's held its line.
Yeah, he did well not to poke at it too much there. Fernandez just stayed inside the line. It's well bowled from Proctor.
Then goes for the one to come back in, but starting too straight.
Plethora of birds in the background there. Not geese either. We've been turning fans off for years, Fletch.
Good over again from Proctor. There's still a little bit there, even with the older ball. 66 overs old it is now. Middlesex are 186 for 4. They trail by 21.
Were you looking for North Marine Road? I don't need to, but I thought you two were.
Robbie White with the drink run out. 39 over session, 24 of it still to go.
Yorkshire still going well. Lead of 85 now. 3 wickets remaining. Putting themselves into a strong position. Lead anything over 100 going into a third innings. It's always really positive. It'll be hard for Sussex to claw their way back into that game. And there's the potential of some weather around, so that game could also get affected tomorrow. Yorkshire will really be pushing for a win. Jack Carson going close to a 5th wicket. Ripping that one past. Inside edge. Pitch is turning at Scarborough.
Will it be turning at Headingley next week? Kookaburra rounds. Yorkshire will want a win. Set to be a pretty warm week as well, I think, so no weather around, whether they left a green top on it or went the other way, went for a real dirt bowling. Seeing if the Kookaburra can see Yorkshire outspin Middlesex. Speaking of Yorkshire, their Loney Leach is into the attack from the Benham ends. Chahal replaced.
Good from Leach. Back into the attack, straight on the money. Northants just looking to gain a little bit more control again. Bring that run rate back down.
Bounce on that one for Leach. .186 for 4, 67 done. 13 to a second new ball for Northamptonshire.
13 overs away from a new ball as well, which Northants will be keeping an eye on. They'll want to take 1 or 2 more wickets with them before it gets to that stage. Just 21 behind now, Middlesex. If they can get into the end of this day with a lead of at least 50, around 50, it'll make for an intriguing day 3 and 4. Just got to hope that the weather plays ball.
Just looking to keep a tight line at the moment, Northamptonshire. Fernandez will be thinking long term here again. Middlesex won't want to be chasing too many on a surface that can go a little up and down in the final innings. That's what's made this inning so crucial all along.
Sauce? Yeah, I guess so.
End of the over, 187 for 4, 12 to that new ball. Becoming available.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. Northants, last few overs, just really drying things up. Plenty of dots, just building that pressure, bring the run rate back down after that fast start. And Deploy and Fernandez just made to work a little bit harder for things at the moment. This evening at Merchant Taylor's. No matter what format you're in, build the dots, it builds the pressure on the batters, especially modern day. They like to feel bat on ball. Build those dots and it can lead to a full shot. It's good pace from Leach coming down the hill. Speaking of drying things up, Leach 5 maidens in this spell to his 10th over, 3 maidens in a row.
He's just not letting go.
That breaks the run of dots. 19 dots from Leach. Before that single. That's good again. Keeping a tight hold of this Middlesex pair.
Recite one of his readings. You haven't got Fletcher's book? It's in the drawer at Lord's.
Again from Leach. Just taking a slightly shorter ball approach.
Danny, you got a wide?
Just had a shot and on the left. Got a deep fine leg and a deep square. Just can't quite see them in that shot, but Leach going with that short ball approach, trying to entice Fernandez into an aerial pull shot. Got underneath that one well. Northants just looking to change up their plans. Another very good over from Leach. Just 1 run from it. He's gone for 1 run from his last 4 overs. Middlesex 188 for 4, 69 gone. Trailing by just 19.
I was about to say, is that you? Well done, I'm not saying due, well done, I'm saying available. Common mistake. Yeah.
mention. Up at Old Trafford, England versus Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka currently 152 for 4, lead by 30. Angelo Matthews currently 64 not out. Very experienced campaigner. Matthews averages around 50 in test matches against England.
No, he was out.
Then he hit 83 against them.
It's Holden and
That was in the One Day Cup. I'm just thinking.
against first class record against Japan. This game
How much is Leah's average?
he wasn't out, so it's no average. If you're not out, it's no average. So it should be normal.
Or just blank?
Blankety blank. Blank. Blankety blank. Where's Dawson?
Rides that one nicely again. That's good fielding at backward point though. Visiting team enjoyed that one. 70 bowls, 189 for 4.
Obviously played from Fernandez. These two, single by single, bringing down that trail by score, just 16 now, until Middlesex reach parity. 4 down, 9.5 overs to go until that new ball is available. Doing a wonderful job, this pair.
Bit of tense, looking a little quiet in the background. Familiar figure on the far right by the looks of it, though. Although I'm going to be careful just in case it isn't. Looks suspiciously like Eric, who formerly ran the Middlesex shop for so many years at Lord's. That's beautiful timing, it really is. Deploys into the 40s. Not many batters in the match who have managed that, but deploy. Matches Robson, Gay and Sanderson.
Beautiful timing on that one from Leas deploy. He's come back into this Red Bull side and looks in great form off the back of his 100 stint. .196 not out, scored against Northamptonshire earlier in the season.
End of the 71st, got 19 to go on day 2, making up overs from day 1. There were only 44 possible of the 96. You're allowed to make up 8 the following day. So 104 overs being played today in total. Lost 2 for the change of innings. Northamptonshire was skittled for 207. Looks like we're going to have spin from both ends. Off spin. Coming into the attack with the 2 left-handers out in the middle. Some finger spin at the lake end on Keogh. Brings McManus up to the crease, up to the stumps. Bad balls take wickets. That was a real long hop.
What's the saying there?
And a wide on this occasion. McManus being tested behind the stumps by the spinner. To ensure he's sharp with his glove work. Short and widen, given the treatment on this occasion, but the sweeper's back. Chahal. So just a single.
Rain alarm's just gone off. Intensity 2 out of 10. Area 0.5 out of 10. So I think we're safe.
That was nicely bowled. A little bit of bounce for the finger spinner. He's a tall man, Rob Keogh. Not quite in the Ollie Rayner off-spin height range. That's away. Going to be a dive at the last and a flick back in. Come back for 3. Deploys on 45. Middlesex. 200 for 4. They trail by 7 in their first innings.
More good work. Leah's deploy. 5 away from his half century. Yorkshire 5 away from reaching 300. They've lost another wicket. 8 down now, but lead is over 3 figures. Jack Carlson searching for his 5th wicket. But Yorkshire firmly in a strong position now at Scarborough. Looks beautiful in Scarbados, doesn't it?
Shadow stretching late in the day.
Scarbados? Ah, loads. Middlesex had a real run of about 3 trips there in 4 or 5 years. Flush and chops. To do it. No, no, it is. Fish and chips and over to celebrate. Flush and chops.
And taken. Second slip is Emilio Gay. They've put down a few today, Northamptonshire, but they don't put down Fernandez. He's gone for 21. Left-hander just fished at that a little. And Leach has his man. Feet weren't quite across. Gay taking a good tumbling catch. Catchable height. Let's move a little to his left. They've really ruefully put down a few at this stage. But crucially, just before Middlesex moved to that first innings lead, they have their 5th wicket. 201 for 5.
Yeah, much deserved wicket for Dom Leach. You can hear the cry. Elation from the pacer. He's bowled really well. He's bowled tight. Gets his deserved wicket. Fernandez just pushing outside off stump. Played a very important, good hand in that partnership of 72 with Leas deploy. But this game just takes another little twist. Middlesex still trail by 6. Half their batters now back in the shed. As Jack Davies comes out to join. Left-handed deploy. Right, new ball, 7.5 overs away. It's a big wicket for Northants, keeping themselves in this innings, in this game. If they can pick up 1 more in this next 7 overs, they'll feel like they can get into the 3rd innings. Still pretty close to Middlesex.
Down the wrong line there, Davies, unless he was playing the line of off stump, but it looked as though that one just nipped away. A little bit of bounce still there. Ball a lot softer now, so the bounce not as big an issue. Top ball to end the over, the wicket of Fernandez. Second ball of it, nicking through. 201 for 5, 7 to the second new ball becoming available. You'd imagine they'll go straight with it tonight. Try and get at Middlesex for 10 overs this evening. Middlesex were desperate to get back on for 9.4 overs last night to try and wrap up the final 3 wickets of the Northamptonshire innings. How many down will Middlesex be when there are 10 overs to play tonight? They will hope 5 down. Northamptonshire will be thinking at least one more. Another left-hander for Leach to look at. For Keogh to look at, my apologies. To play on 46 will be on strike first, though.
Deploy holds the key now for Middlesex to gain a good lead. Single brings Davis on strike. Last time out, Davis. That last game of the One Day Cup hit 46 here at Merchant Taylors against Hampshire. A couple of big blows. Square of the wicket into the tents.
Scooped a little by Davies there, which led to the cry of catch it. Better over from Keogh. Struggle for control. First up, a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce. A little bit of a chance for another wicket before the 80th over. 202 for 5. tight. Come back for a second as well, although throw to the non-striker's end. Davies has got to get a scamper on. Ploy looks around. Watching on. 49 for the Middlesex number 4. Helps away for the 50. Single down to long leg. So it'll tuck around the corner. Second 50 of the innings for Middlesex. 72 balls and 5 fours. A fine knock. Positive from the off, as he always is. Crucial knock. Nearly has Middlesex in the lead with 5 wickets standing. Give for a lead of 100 here. 200 with their first 5. What can they muster with their last 5? Second new ball likely to dictate a fair amount of that, but also deploy. And there's a little bit of lift. Belated appeal from Leach. They went up behind the stumps. It was a McManus first. Real bounce on it. In fact, it was Broad at slip first, McManus then following. Both the keeper and the bowler were late on it. It was slip in second. Broad and Gay. Ouch. Davies yet to get off the mark. He's tried to cut, he's tried to hook. Hurt on that one. End of the 75th. 205 for 5, just the 3 off the over. Deploy with his 50.
Yeah, brilliant knock from Leas Deploy. The star man, 29-year-old. Joined Middlesex for this season. Moved on to his 38th first class 50. Career average of just shy of 49. Averaging close to 60 this season, so really is a huge integral cog in this Middlesex batting lineup.
Three overs potentially for Keogh, including this until that second new ball becomes available. Huge bonus if he could pick up a wicket here. Even bigger if it would deploy. We're just having to check the shot there. Go straight back. Push it back. That's what he was thinking last time, just used his feet to get over the top of it this time. Little open face from Deploy just to find the room for the single. A single to end the over. 206 for 5.
Middlesex trailing by just 1 now. Yorkshire, 1 wicket remaining. Lead of 135. Thompson going big. 43 not out from 41. Looking to get as many runs as possible. Ollie Robinson charging in. Yorkshire in a strong position. Looks like that will either be a Yorkshire victory or a draw, depending on the weather, unless Sussex can pull off a remarkable turnaround, which doesn't favour Middlesex too much, that.
Each asked to bowl up to the second new ball becoming available. Going at 2s. Here's 1 for 26. Indeed, with that ball, he's going at below 2. Width on that. Can't bowl there to Lewis Deploy. Width. Half volley. And give her the treatment. Oh, it's a wall. Attacking the ball, let alone defending it.
Just that wonderful flow of the bat from Lewis Deploy. We saw one earlier from the other end. That is another one of the shots of the day from Lewis Deploy. It's beautiful player to watch. Flowing drive of the bat.
Oh, now he didn't quite get up and over that one. He's just managed to steer it with the bat and with the hands in the end. Seeing the ball big enough, an old ball now as well.
There's a Middlesex posse in the trees.
Davies still on noughts. There's a shot of a man who was really trying to force that through the offside. You can imagine. Northamptonshire trying to get into his mind out there at the moment. 12 balls, still on noughts. Try and keep him on that even until the 80th, even if they can't get the wicket before then. Leach bowling with a great economy. Slams that one though. Almost something out of the blast, or the one-day cut from Davies. Pick-up shot for 4.
Yeah, beautiful way to get off the mark. Relieve that pressure around the wicket. Bit short. Davies, as with most wicket keepers, very strong. Square of the wicket. He's picked that up. Wasn't too short. Picked it up very quickly. 4 more. Middlesex now lead by 8. 215 for 5 and 3 overs to go until that new ball becomes available.
Just double check the forecast. Really bad in the morning, really bad in the evening, and in the middle of the afternoon it's looking good. But then bear in mind if you've had that much rain in the morning, it's coming again.
Width for deploy to play with. I don't know if Keogh will be too disappointed though to get Davies onto strike. 13 balls faced, so still relatively new to the middle.
Is that at the back of the screen? Is that Crackers? No, it's one of theirs, is it? Yeah.
Good viewing spot at the back there. Big on Davies. Backward point and an extra cover, nobody in between, and single out to the cover point sweeper. Sanderson out there, he was finding some bounce earlier. 3 for the leading wicket taker. Turn there for Keogh, lovely ball. Beating Elias Deploy as well, look at this, whoa. Now, off spinner around the wicket. I did fancy I heard 2 noises there. It was a very full ball, which gave it a chance. I'll be able to tell. Goodness me, that would have been massive. Use of the feet from Deploy. And the 78 bowled, there's 12 remaining today, 2 until the second new ball becomes available. Keogh getting a little bit of grip against the lefties. Middlesex leading by 10, 217 for 5.
Two overs to go until that new ball becomes available, and Chahal is back into the attack from the Benham end. Northants prizing for 1 more wicket before going with this new ball. Whether Chahal will just get 1 over, and then they'll take the new ball when that 80th comes up, or whether they'll give the leg spinner a bit of a run with this old ball for a few overs, see what he can do before making a switch to the new rock.
My time around to the left-hander, it's a long shot.
Andy's on it, isn't
I would have taken it if you could have.
Past the edge. Goodness me, is there any temptation to go on here with the older ball against the two left-handers at the moment? Any temptation to throw the new ball to the spinners?
Yeah, I think we might just see a couple of overs for Chahal, see what he can do before they decide to go with that new ball. Just give him maybe 2 or 3. Keogh's doing well at the other end, just starting to find a bit of turn.
.79 done. 6 deliveries until the second new ball becomes available.
Yorkshire are all out. 326, a big lead of 137. It's going to be difficult for Sussex. Late in this evening session on day 2, Yorkshire will be hoping for a couple of wickets before the end of the day. That could set up a really interesting last couple of days, weather permitting. But that game's moved forward pretty quickly, so even if there is interruption tomorrow, it could still be a result on day 4.
Keogh with the 80th over. It's a little bit short to begin. Deploy looking for the late cut, but only as far as backward point.
Is this going to be the last over before the new ball gets taken? Just think they might give Chahal one more.
Four runs. Mind your shins, Andy. Have we got it? There's Andy, the cameraman, moving his shins. Landing right in front of our tent, but didn't make it through.
Did Andy have that? That might have been quite a nice shot. It's off the bat, that was perfectly to us.
Stump's thrown down at the non-striker's end. Keogh liked it. Direct hit always has a chance. Let's have a look. Yes, no, and then he had to get going. Just gets that foot in. End of the 80th. 2-2-2 for 5 Middlesex. 10 remain today. All eyes on the umpires. And the second new ball becoming available. Here's the deploy hesitation with Davies. He's watching it all the way deploy. He obviously fancies at that point that he's safe. Only just though. New ball taken at Merchant Taylor School. 2-2-2 for 5. Leads 15. What inroads can Northamptonshire make tonight? Middlesex last night were desperate to get out there for basically 10 overs to have a dart. Didn't quite go to plan. They only got 2 overs and they went for 16, but rattled them off this morning. The addition of 40 runs. This man got a large chunk of them. He was the 8th to go. 9 and 10 followed pretty quickly.
He's having a good game, Ben Sanderson. That new ball can really favour the bowlers, but also it can come off the bat even quicker. So opportunities for runs for deploying Davies. Single for Davies. Now, the interesting thing will be, you would expect Justin Broad to take the new ball from the lake end. Looks like he's warming up. There's always the option of giving the spinner with the new ball as well. Hard ball, see if it can turn. The turn that Keogh and Charles have been getting, you would expect the new ball to go even more. I think it will be Justin Broad from the other end. It's 9 overs left in the day's play. On for a finish around 7 o'clock. It's been a long day. Making up time for yesterday's interruptions. This is a big 9 overs. If Middlesex can get to the end of this day, 5 down, these 2 at the crease, they can really put their foot down going into day 3 and 4. Sanderson, you would expect, probably will bowl now till the end of the day's play. We'll have other ideas. He's having a very good game. Runs with the bat. 3 wickets with the ball. Was on a hat-trick earlier after dismissing Robson and Eskenazi LBW first over. Yeah, 2 and 2 in the first over after tea for Sanderson, leading wicket taker in Division 2. He starts nice and tidy. His first over with the new ball. Just 2 from it. 9 overs remain. Middlesex 224 for 5. The lead of 17. be as expected. Justin Broad from the Lake End. Really good, Justin Broad. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs. Runs per over 1.93, so he's kept things really tight. And he really has troubled the batters. Robson in particular beat him outside the off stump numerous occasions. Catches dropped off his bowling, close LBW shouts. He's been in. Deserves a wicket.
Hooked hard by Davies. His second boundaries into double figures.
Welcome back to the attack. Justin Broad, beautiful shot from Davies. Again, strong square of the wicket. Onto that very quickly. Raced away. The lead is now above 20. Crunching drive. Sounded beautiful off the bat. Straight to the fielder. It just takes a few overs for that new ball to lose a bit of lacquer. Start to find a bit of aerial movement. Ball comes off the bat very quick when it's a new ball. Just want to get it a little bit fuller. Justin Broad, back of a length at the moment. Not really allowing the ball to find too much movement. You want to just pitch it a little bit fuller. Risk being drived, yes, but being driven. But that brings the opportunity of the edge. Any movement. There we go. Sabella length and Broad to finish off. 4 from the over. 228 for 5.
Nice from Sanderson. Be all eyes on the seam movement of the second new ball this evening. Bounce for sure. Nice bit of carry through to McManus there. Slightly taller set Middlesex have, which perhaps extracts a little bit more of that tennis ball bounce off this surface. Through for the single. Okay, doing the fielding at mid-wicket. It's clouded over a bit now. It's light, it's high, the cloud, but we're at that time of year where the sun's setting that little bit lower, that little bit quicker in the evening time. 10:30 starts. Around the corner. And he's nicked it. New ball strikes. Sanderson has a fourth. 4 for 48. Davis managing 10 from 31. Hung on in there with Deploy through to the second new ball, but we just saw Deploy beaten by that little bit of bounce. That's just seamed back and taken the bottom of the bat. Davies has to go. A little dabble at it. In the end, he wasn't quite doing either withdrawing it or playing it. It's just taken the face of the toe of the bat. Davies has to go. 229 for 6.
Fourth wicket for Sanderson. His good game continues. Runs with the bat. More wickets with the ball. Really high-class bowler. 33 wickets now in Division 2.
Middlesex send out the night watch. Ethan Bamber heads out to join Leas Deploy. Protect the skipper. Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, Jack Brooks, all very good batters. Bamber's going to block out an end. Maybe a fancy from Middlesex as well that we're not going to see all of the 7.2. I just mentioned a couple of balls ago that the cloud covers rolled in. Certainly affected the light. What it does affect, the light looks fine out there at the moment, but all of a sudden the electronic scoreboards at the ground just look that little bit bright and they start shining back at you. You wonder. The umpires get tetchy, but they'll have taken a meter reading yesterday on a couple of occasions. Or they'd have had a couple of occasions to take a meter reading, is the way I should phrase it, because one of them the covers were rolled on for rain and then they stayed off for bad light. I believe they took a meter reading off the top of the covers. Later in the day as well, light was an issue. What's it like, Andy, over the back? A bit of blue in the distance apparently coming in. First ball for Bamber. Forward defence. 113 for 7 is that score for Northamptonshire, which really hurt them in their first innings. They fall back to 207. All out. Lead of 22, 4 wickets remaining. If they could get one more this evening, certainly if it was Deploy, but even if it was Bamber, just fancy in the morning can they come back and wrap things up. Edged and gone. 2 in the over. A wowzer finish for Sanderson. He's got a 5 for 48. Bamber goes for a second ball of the night watch, has to go. That's likely to bring out the skipper. Deploys on 64 from 98. A new ball in hand and Sanderson with a tail up. Bamber with a little fine edge going through. He was there or thereabouts, Bamber. To be fair, that's going to be a good ball for a lot of top-order right-handers to face. So Rowland-Jones it is, who makes his way out to join Deploy. Big moment this. Were there another one to go now, with 7 overs left tonight? You just wonder with Deploy at one end, Roland Jones at the other. Would one or the other think about going for it this evening if a wicket were to fall, rather than let the second new ball go through them with the light fading? And some bowlers well prepped for these final few overs. That was the end of the over, so Roland Jones will not have strike, it will be deploy. 229 for 7. Middlesex will have a batting point on their mind as well. The 21 runs away.
Oh, well bowled, Ben Sanderson. We said yesterday that he would be a handful on this surface, and he's proving to be just that. Wily operator. He's been on the money, lots of movement. That is his third fifer of the season, and his 21st first-class 5-wicket haul.
This is quite the session as well. It's 101 for 5. They were 128 for 2 at T Middlesex, and I must say it was a battle for Robson. He was dropped a few times. Holden was hanging on with him really nicely, and I thought the opening stand was outstanding, particularly from Stoneman, who never offered a chance. Well, he offered one, didn't he, just before he fell. So here's Broad now looking for the big wicket of Deploy. Even Stevens, if they could get Deploy now, they'd fancy rattling through the final two. Roland Jones, would he tee off if Deploy departed? Similarly, would Deploy do the same were he to lose his skipper? I'm sure the stream at Scarborough will be cutting to Merchant Taylor's School as we speak. 230 for 7. Roland Jones comes on to strike. Oh, now look at that. This is why this innings is so crucial. Final innings at Merchant Taylor's, you often fancy that the bounce comes into the equation. We've seen glimpses of it all day, and that second new ball now just keeping low. It's been lifted all the way through on the first day for the Middlesex bowlers. There was barely a hint of a ball keeping low. Mark Stoneman, when he did fall LBW, I fancy he was playing for the bouncing ball this morning. Probably bounced, as you'd expect a ball to do on most surfaces on that length, but here at Merchant Taylor's you expect a bit of climb. What we just saw to Roland Jones there is something that Middlesex won't be too perturbed by, but they need to get that lead up. They won't want to be chasing much in the final innings here at MTS. Had a big chase, but they came very, very close to achieving last year. The scores were level. Roland Jones off the mark, third ball up on his toes, pushing away. .1 overs remaining on the second day. Match well advanced, 17 wickets down. So the total match so far in terms of the number of overs is that's the end of the 84th, 231 for 7. They made it into the 56th, 57th over of their innings. So that's 140 overs in the match for 7 wickets. My apologies, 17 wickets in the 140 overs. More than a wicket every 10 overs, comfortably more.
This man really has bowled well. Ben Sanderson, leading wicket taker in Div 2, spearheaded this Northampton attack. 2 wickets in the last over, second time he's done that today. 2 wickets in the first over after tea, and 2 wickets in his last over here.
That's all bowls. We saw a good matchup in exactly that way last night and this morning. Roland Jones was drawing Sanderson across outside the off stump, getting the ball to leave him. That's what he does. First ball to Roland Jones. I'll be very much looking for the next one to be darting back in towards that middle and off stump. Without that Sanderson and McManus partnership, they'd have been in real trouble. Northamptonshire. That's a lovely flowing drive by the long levers of Toby Roland Jones. Just pops it over the boundary rope up the hill to the Benham end. Leg side and put away. Roland Jones gives Sanderson a bit of his own medicine. This could be an entertaining little passage of play through to stumps on day 2. Barely be a day and a half through the game in terms of number of overs by stumps tonight. But we're pretty well advanced.
They're above the health insurance thing. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is not a bad ploy for Roland Jones. That lead, every boundary, every run, puts Middlesex further ahead. There's no point sitting around and trying to dead bat it. You'll get a good ball, especially with the quality of Sanderson and the form that he's in. Roland Jones putting bat to ball, get some runs on the board.
It'll be away as well. Leg byes on this occasion, but they all count. Leads 36. Toby Roland Jones fan club fully finding their voices on the far side of the grounds. Skipper remains on 9 from 7, but just ushered that score along now and ushered Middlesex towards that batting point. 243 for 7. Leading edge. It's all along the floor, and he'll get a couple through the covers. Skipper's into double figures. 245 for 7. One's come of the over. Oh, now. That's a lovely ball. Lifts and left. Roland Jones. 5 for 58 from his 21 now. 10 off the bat. Plus 4 leg byes. We think they're the noisy bunch.
Maybe. Sitting in front of the beer tent, if that gives any indication. Toby Rowland-Jones fan club cheering every run.
.66 from 102 for Lias Deploy. Hasn't offered a chance yet. He's probably batted as masterfully as anybody on this surface. Emilio Gay did really nicely for Northants from the off, and indeed that was against the new ball from the word go. And Broad and Rowland-Jones. Resisted. There you go. Flow with the bat. It was there. But he's not just thinking crash bang wallop just yet. If that wickets column says 8, then one of these two surely will think about trying to launch. Move the game along. Horrible forecast for tomorrow, but you never know. You open the curtains in the morning, it may not come to pass. Well, that'll be the batting point. Rowland-Jones with a sweet pick-up for 4. Over mid-on, just rocking back. Picking up the length pretty early on that one. It's heaved. To move Middlesex to 250 for 7. The lead's 43, a batting point on the board. Can they get to that 300? Can they get a lead around 100? You fancy it would mean an awful lot in this game if they can, and maybe for the season as well, especially with a little bit of bounce. Or the lack of it that's just starting to come into this pitch on the second day. Oh dear, that one slides out. Manus does well to get across. Oh, light meter is coming out. They have taken a light meter reading, I believe, yesterday, and that's why they'll feel that they need to have a look at it. That's it. A little bit of a surprise. It can be a ground here because of the dark tree lines all the way around that can cause a slight issue, but and again, I don't think Rowland-Jones or Deploy would have been too keen to come off at this stage, but who knows, a day to be played tomorrow. Bad light bringing close to this passage. Of course, we're making up time from yesterday, and it is 7:15, so that is it for day 2. 250 for 7, a good day. For Middlesex, you would suggest they'll want to top this up a little bit more. We'll be back in the morning with the live stream in association with Daffabet here. Weather permitting, it'll be all eyes on the skies as soon as we wake up for everybody tomorrow and see what Storm Lillian has for us. They've been cooking up a storm on the field here between these two sides. As I say, we're barely a day and a half into this game in terms of the number of overs, but we're well advanced. That lead is the key for Middlesex, 43 at the moment. How much more can they get it up when play resumes? We'll hope it's 11 o'clock tomorrow. If it is, do join us then if you can. But for tonight, from Merchant Taylor School, the live stream in association with Daffabet from the stream team here in Northwood, it's good night.
my beer as well.
I wouldn't say they won't come back out. They came back out yesterday and put 2 overs and they took off all the cows.
Yeah, but they had 10 overs left.